Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bienvenue. Welcome to today's Science and Technology Organization, or STO, Symposium, celebrating 70 years of science and technology in NATO. Thank you for joining us at today's event, especially our distinguished guests and those who traveled great distances to be with us for this momentous occasion. My name is Colonel Laura Reagan, United States Air Force, and I will be your Master of Ceremonies for today. I am the head of the Operations and Coordination Office within this STO Collaboration Support Office. Prior to beginning, please allow me to review a few administrative items. Please silence all cell phones throughout the duration of the event. Wi-Fi is available throughout the venue and does not require a login. Additionally, water dispensers are available. I was dared to do that because I look like a flight attendant sometimes. Additionally, water dispensers are available at the back of the room. Interpretation devices may be found in your seat pocket on the left side of your chair. Use channel 1 for English and channel 2 for French. We will break for lunch at 12:15 hours. There will be escorts outside to help guide you to the restaurant area, which is located at the top of the escalator and around the staircase. If you need any assistance throughout the duration of the event, please locate a Collaboration Support Office staff member identified by an orange badge. Lastly, after today's sessions, we invite you to remain with us for a cocktail reception. So before we continue, I would like to express our gratitude to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD, for hosting us at this incredible conference venue. Now, to kick us off, it's my great pleasure to introduce Mr. Jean-Michel Størdal, Director of the NATO Science and Technology Organization Collaboration Support Office. He and his CSO staff are responsible for coordinating, synchronizing, and supporting defense and security science and technology activities between NATO member and partner nations, comprising a network of over 5,000 scientists. Prior to Mr. Størdal's position at the CSO, he served as the Director General of the Norwegian Defense Research Establishment, also known as FFI, the key institution for defense-related research and development in Norway. He also was the principal Norwegian representative on the NATO Science and Technology Board and the European Defense Agency Research and Technology Steering Board. Mr. Størdal, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you for the kind introduction. And good morning, everyone. Pleasure to see you all here today. A warmly welcome to our symposium. I would also like to thank the OECD for hosting us at this beautiful venue. And starting with the OECD, both them and NATO are children of the New World Order that emerged more than 70 years ago. As complementary and interconnected organizations, the OECD and NATO have been essential to building a strong fabric of unity, commitment, mutual trust, and shared values between free and like-minded democracies. So, as a venue for celebrating our anniversary, this feels very much like gathering within the family. Our guiding theme today is empowering NATO's technological edge. What does it mean to empower NATO's technological edge? To me, it can be boiled down to 3 important topics. First, this vision underlines the vital link between science and technology and the overall strength of the alliance. Second, the vision tells us loud and clear what the purpose of science and technology is. Our activities are not an end in and of themselves, but an efficient means to strengthen NATO's ability to deter and defend. And finally, the vision should give us a sense of urgency. This vision is not to maintain or to uphold, it is to empower. And that is exactly what this moment in world history requires. In his book, The Black Swan, the Lebanese-American essayist Nassim Nicolas Taleb writes about how major, unexpected events can fundamentally change the course of history. World War I, the personal computer, the rise of the internet, the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and 9/11, and you can also add COVID to that list. We are most likely experiencing another black swan moment right now, a moment of intense uncertainty with potentially dire consequences for the world order and global security. First, Putin's war in Ukraine reminds us that although the world is more globalized and interdependent than ever before, some intractable divisions remain. Unfortunately, we might be at the doorstep of a fundamental battle between democracies, or the free world, on one side, and autocracies on the other. On one level, this is a healthy reminder of our shared values, our collective interests, and the strength of our unity. We share a fabric of political, economic, and social attachments that unite democracies across continents. But our values are not undisputed. They are being challenged, and we must join forces to defend them. Secondly, the war in Ukraine reminds us of the critical importance of maintaining NATO's technological edge. For decades, global technological leadership has been the foundation of NATO's ability to deter and defend against potential threats. Over time, new technologies have provided a multitude of cutting-edge capabilities to ensure our military advantage, provide security to our societies, and protect the sovereignty of our democracies. Some might argue we took it for granted, that we became too confident in our technological lead, that we underestimated or sometimes ignored the risk that the same tools we used to secure our technological hegemony could end up in the hands of our adversaries. Not anymore. I believe that we are on the verge of a bipolar world of technology. Russia has invested significant sums into technologies such as hypersonic missiles, cyber weapons, and disinformation capabilities. China aims to have the most technologically advanced armed forces in the world by 2050, and to become the world leader in artificial intelligence by the end of this decade. We are in the middle of a global race for technological advantage, and we need to respond with a greater sense of urgency. As US Joint Chiefs of Staff Mark Milley recently said when asked about Chinese hypersonic missile test, quote, "I don't know if it's quite a Sputnik moment, but I think it's very close to that." and of course he was referring to the event back in 1957 when the then Soviet Union launched their first satellite. And if you look at the steps taken in the aftermath, I think we can get some inspiration of what we have to do today. And I'm certain that strategic competition in technology will be a defining feature of the 21st century. And as the development of disruptive technologies continues to accelerate, the free and democratic world can accept nothing less than a position of global leadership. To achieve this, we will have to step up our investments. We have to spend more and spend better. Make sure that growing national defense budgets are invested in technology for the future, not solutions of the past. That will not happen without an increase in our science and technology-related research and development investments. We'll also have to step up our investments in high-risk, high-payoff procurement programs. There will be more specialization and leveraging of dual-use technologies, so we should draw on our different strengths and leverage the strengths of our partners. We must also update our approaches to innovation and strengthen collaboration between partners with more experts and partners around the table. We all know how science and technology are often treated as national treasures. Rightfully seen as strategic assets, achievements are closely shielded from adversaries and competitors, and sometimes also from trusted partners as well. There are few safe arenas and trusted relationships for sharing, collaboration, and joint efforts. But NATO's Science and Technology Organization provides an infrastructure to do just that. As the world's largest and most vibrant science and technology collaboration on security and defense, our research network is uniquely equipped to empower NATO's technological and military edge. Our key to success is to foster a knowledge community that excels in science and technology, a technological and industrial base at the forefront of the technological race, firmly anchored in the strategic and operational needs and requirements of our warfighters. Through our research network, seasoned military operatives and world-leading scientists and engineers are joined by experts from governments, academia, industry, and NATO institutions. Together, we address essential challenges and opportunities at the intersection between new technologies and the security concerns of our nations and the alliance. And that scientific progress creates tangible, efficient, and productive results. Participants in our network tell us that their collaboration with the STO multiplies the impact of their investments. It also boosts interoperability, spurs innovation, and fuels growth and prosperity. It's really quite extraordinary to see it in action. Together, some of the sharpest minds from the democratic world unite, each with their own strengths, different knowledge and expertise, different perspectives and insights, experience and background, to share and work together towards common goals. Together they produce solutions that will benefit all of us. And this collaboration is only accelerating. We have seen 50% growth in activities over the last 5 years, and we have no intention of slowing down. Going forward, we will expand our talent pool to include more diverse and relevant expertise and to ensure that the next generation of world-leading scientists are attracted to working toward our shared goals. So, for 70 years, the NATO Science and Technology Organization has helped keep the democratic world on the cutting edge of technological development. It's an incredible legacy, and the torch is now ours to carry forward. And to do so, we must do a number of things which will be discussed in our different sessions today. We need to stay alert to geopolitical shifts in power and to better understand challenges at the crossroads between values, economy, technology, and security. We must also know exactly what's required of us if we are to provide our military forces with efficient state-of-the-art capabilities. We must continue to explore technological opportunities that may have seemed impossible only a short time ago, to move beyond all limits on what could be achieved, and unveil new scientific discoveries and technological development. We must work to turn promising concepts and ideas into reality, to strengthen our ties to engineers and our industrial partners. All of this requires us to work more and more closely together. And that is exactly what the NATO STO will do. Because, in the end, all our activities are contributions toward the same goal, to support the overarching purpose and mission of NATO, to prevent war, to protect our nations, our people, and our democratic values through strong deterrence and defense. Dear friends and colleagues, we are on a deeply meaningful mission, a mission for prosperity and peace, for the well-being of our societies, and for the freedom of our citizens. That is what our endeavor is all about. And with that, I would like to thank you once again for joining us today, and I look forward to hearing from all of you great speakers later. And to get us in the right mood for the rest of the day, we have a short movie to show. Thank you.
Throughout history, science and technology has been a vital element in maintaining the defense and security of civilizations. And technology is more relevant today than ever before.
NATO, since it was founded, has relied upon a technological advantage when it comes to the weapon systems in order to secure our nations and defend against threats. We do not want to fight a war where the number of airplanes and tanks and ships are the decisive factor. We want to be superior to our adversaries in order to save our own warfighters' lives and also to deter any aggression. As we speak, this advantage or this edge is eroding because we see our adversaries are investing more and more in science and technology. They are approaching fast, and we have to also step up our game.
A war today involves a lot of technology. And if you have technological dominance, you will win the war.
Thank you, Mr. Størdal. I did forget one important note. There are interpretation devices in the left-hand pocket on your seats if you should need them. Use channel 1 for English and channel 2 for French. So in the symposium's first session, we will focus on the big picture, the geopolitical horizon, and the future of defense in an uncertain world. Our first guest speaker will be Mr. Camille, the NATO Assistant Secretary General for Defense Investment. Mr. Grand has held this position since October 2016. He was previously director of the Foundation of Strategic Research, the leading French think tank on defense and security from 2008 to 2016. In this capacity, he contributed to several senior expert panels for NATO, the European Union, the United Nations, as well as for the French government. He has also held senior positions in the French Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Defense, and has taught at several French institutions of higher learning. He has published several books and monographs, as well as numerous articles in European and American journals on contemporary strategic issues, focused primarily on European security and nuclear policy. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Grand.
Merci beaucoup, Colonel. Let me start with a few words in French. Mon général, cher Philippe, Monsieur le Chief Scientist, cher Brian, Monsieur le Directeur du CSO, cher Jean-Michel, Mesdames et Messieurs les officiers généraux, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis, c'est vraiment un plaisir et un honneur pour moi de représenter le secrétaire général aujourd'hui pour marquer le 70e anniversaire des efforts de notre organisation en matière de sciences et de technologie. Malheureusement, le secrétaire général, comme vous le savez peut-être, est retenu à Bruxelles par une importante ministérielle qui prépare le sommet de Madrid dans 15 jours, où je crois qu'un certain nombre d'entre nous allons le rejoindre dans l'après-midi, et je m'excuse par avance de ne pas pouvoir suivre pour cette raison l'ensemble des débats de la journée. Je suis également évidemment particulièrement heureux d'être à Paris aujourd'hui et de retrouver de nombreux amis et collègues dans cette journée. It is really a pleasure to celebrate the 70th anniversary of NATO's original innovation engine. I believe it was called AGARD, which has nothing to do with Harry Potter, but it was the advisory group for aerospace research and development and its successor. The science and technology community has always been a critical element of NATO's efforts and history, and I should say as the lead for the Defense Investment Division or a closest partner in the NATO environment, as we've always strongly benefited from your efforts in our own role for the development of cutting-edge capabilities for the alliance and to foster armament cooperation amongst allies. While NATO relies heavily on industry and academia for innovation, organizations like the STO are critical enablers of these engagements. For over 70 years, they've brought government laboratories, industry, and academia together, providing a critical forum where ideas can be tested, collective creativity exploited. NATO needs this independent capability to make it a smart investor, an innovator, and a good buyer of technology. The nations needed to provide a forum whereby the sharing of ideas and the burden of capability development can happen naturally to the mutual benefit of the whole alliance. As we react to the changing military and geopolitical environment, challenged by climate change, technological development, and the return of great power politics, the importance of S&T and the capabilities it engenders have never been greater. We need to challenge ourselves, the nations and the alliance as a whole, to be more creative, more insightful, and more innovative. We should not take our technological edge for granted, and this is exactly what we're trying to do collectively in the Alliance Command for Transformation, in the STO community, and of course at NATO headquarters. But this is more than just technology. Evidence-based decision-making, building on rigorous research, advanced technologies, and insightful analysis will be necessary to address the hard challenges that NATO faces and will face today and in the future. We are here at a pivotal moment for our security. President Putin's war against Ukraine has shattered peace in Europe and shaken the entire international order. The bloodshed we thought Europe had banished to history book is back in Ukraine. Russia's brutality in destroying the lives and livelihoods of millions of Ukrainians will have lasting repercussions that threaten peace and stability in Europe and beyond. The current security shows that the revisionist authoritarian regimes will not hesitate to use brutal force to trample over the sovereign rights of other nations and tear up the European security order and the international rule-based order. But President Putin did not bank on the bravery of the Ukrainian people, the capability of Ukrainian forces, and the formidable support that many nations have shown in front of this senseless war. Ukraine can win this war, and we must continue to do everything we can to help Ukraine uphold the simple right to self-defense that is enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Over many years, and in particular since Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014, NATO and allies have trained tens of thousands of Ukraine forces and worked closely with the Ukrainians in multiple domains, including science and technology, as well as armament. Today, the Ukrainian forces are bigger, better led, better trained, and better equipped. And we see the difference that it is making every day in the battlefield. Since the war started on the 24th of February, allies have significantly stepped up their support to Ukraine, providing billions of dollars of weapons and other assistance. We must continue to step up and sustain this effort, building on the work of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group under US leadership that will meet today in Brussels. These initiatives will enable us to meet Ukraine's needs more rapidly as the war continues unabated. We must be prepared to stay the course to support Ukraine in the long haul and apply maximum pressure on President Putin to end this war. The consequences of this war will be long-term and far-reaching, not only for Ukraine, but for all of us in the transatlantic family of democratic nations and for the rest of the world. NATO's main responsibility is and remains to protect and defend all allies and every inch of Allied soil. In light of the situation, we have significantly stepped up our deterrence and defense, including on the eastern flank of the alliance. We have doubled the number of multinational battle groups from the Baltics to the Black Sea. We have over 40,000 troops under direct NATO command, backed by significant air and naval assets. 100,000 troops are on high alert, ready to respond to any aggression and to prevent a spread of the war in Ukraine. This action built on the biggest adaptation of NATO's collective defense since the end of the Cold War. Following Russia's invasion in Ukraine in 2014, we have deployed battle groups on the eastern flank of our alliance. We've increased the readiness of our forces and established new defense domains, including space and cyberspace. We've invested massively in modern capabilities, and we've seen 8 years of real increase in defense spending by European allies and Canada. We expect 2/3 of allies to reach the 2% NATO baseline by 2024. When this defense investment plans were chosen, there were only 3 allies that were meeting that baseline. With more money for defense, allies have substantially increased the amount spent on major equipment, including related R&D. This is essential that we continue to invest in our security and that we sustain those efforts to meet not only the 2% target, but also the 20% in investment in new capabilities and research and development. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, while at the forefront of attention right now, as it should be, is part of a bigger picture of a drastically deteriorated security situation where authoritarian regimes such as Russia, but also China, are openly challenging core principles for security and undermining the rule-based international order. The rise of China is a defining issue for the world and for the transatlantic community as well. Allies are concerned about China's coercive policies, which stand in contrast to the rule-based international order and the fundamental values enshrined in the Washington Treaty. China is rapidly developing technologies and expanding its nuclear arsenal with more warheads and a larger number of sophisticated delivery systems. Of all the Chinese technology programs of concern, military-civil fusion is most directly involved in acquiring technologies to gain an edge over all militaries in the West. Examples include joint ventures between Chinese defense industrial groups and civilian makers of unmanned aerial vehicles to improve the People's Liberation Army UAV fleet. Perhaps you will touch upon these themes in your discussion on industry this afternoon. Overall, China remains opaque in implementing its military modernization. A recent European Union document noted that Chinese defense spending in the last 20 years increased by close to 600%, to be compared with an increase of about 20% in Europe. Just as an interesting benchmark. Russia, it's about 200% only. Just to put things into a bit of economic context. So there is a NATO-wide effort spanning in multiple areas of work, including emerging and disruptive technologies and resilience, to address the various aspects of this changing environment, including China's growing influence in international policies, which could have consequences for our security. Your discussion later today on the innovation environment will unpack some of the approaches to ensure we maintain our technological edge in this context. Technological innovations are changing the nature of peace, crisis, and conflict, and we can no longer take this hedge or military and technological hedge for granted, as I already stressed. China, and to a lesser extent Russia, and other major powers are dedicating significant and increasing resources to emerging and disruptive technologies in an effort to outpace the West, and are engaged in illicit technology transfers and intellectual property theft to enhance already potent non-conventional tools. The NATO Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic that you will hear about later in the day will work with startups, industry, and academia to promote transatlantic cooperation and help avoid capability gaps amongst allies. The NATO Innovation Fund will invest in startups working on emerging and disruptive technologies. NATO now has an artificial intelligence strategy, and allies have agreed on an EDT implementation strategy that sets out ways in which to work with partners, academia and the private sector to develop new technologies more quickly and strengthen our industrial base. Space is one of the critical areas addressed in this implementation strategy. It is increasingly important for the security and prosperity of our nations and for NATO's deterrence and defense. NATO leaders agreed to accelerate work to deepen and expand NATO's use of space as an operational domain and to strengthen NATO's space domain awareness and better integrate space in all NATO's activities. As we segue into NATO 2030, which is our line of effort to modernize our alliance, I would briefly underline the importance of NATO's partnership. I know that the STO recognizes the importance of working with partners, which is why many of your structures welcome like-minded, technologically advanced partners such as Japan, Australia, and our close partners Finland and Sweden. NATO's partnerships are and will continue to be essential to the way NATO works. Relations with partners are based on reciprocity, mutual benefit, and mutual respect. Partners play an important role in supporting NATO's three core tasks and our 360-degree security approach. Allies are committed to expanding political dialogue and practical cooperation with any nation that shares the alliance values and interest in international peace and security. At the summit in Madrid, for the first time, the leaders of Asia-Pacific partners will be present. This is a significant step in itself. We will also welcome President Zelensky And of course, we will be talking about the partnerships for the future, so as they continue to meet the interests of both allies and partners. And mentioning partners, I shouldn't fail to mention the candidacy of both Sweden and Finland, and we certainly hope to achieve significant progress by the time of the summit in Madrid. The complexity of today's security environment requires dialogue with other international organizations. Cooperation with the EU in particular is of strategic importance. I will talk to it in more details in a moment. Ensuring that the alliance is ready for the challenge of today and tomorrow, as well as strong and united for a new era of increased global competition, is at the heart of the NATO 2030 agenda. As tasked by heads of states and government in 2019, the Secretary General developed proposals based on consultations with nations, civil society, and the support of an expert group. At the Brussels summit last year, NATO leaders agreed this ambitious transformation agenda for our future security. NATO's strength is its ability to adapt to the changing security environment and to ensure the continuity of its core tasks of collective defense, crisis management, and cooperative security. The NATO 2030 vision sets out the importance of holding more political consultations, reinforcing our collective defense with a strengthened military postures and increased readiness, enhancing our resilience and sharpening our technological edge. The NATO 2030 agenda includes 8 lines of efforts ranging from transatlantic consultations, upholding the rule-based international order and collective defense, to resilience, innovation, change and capacity, climate change and addressing climate change, capacity building for partners. And last but not least, NATO 2030 calls for a new strategic concept reflecting the radically transformed security situations since NATO's last strategic concept was agreed in 2010. It is high time for a new roadmap to design the future of the alliance, and let me confirm that the new strategic concept is well under development and I very much hope will be agreed in about 2 weeks to reflect an era of great power competition, recognize that unfortunately Russia has become one of the most important challenges to our security in Europe and beyond, as I mentioned, and will also reflect on China's role as a transformative player in world affairs. The importance of resilience and new technologies for Euro-Atlantic security will also be acknowledged, together with existing and emerging challenges from climate change to cyber threats. On deterrence and defense, the strategic concept will likely anticipate a new generation of our presence in the East. Indeed, at the Madrid summit, NATO leaders will adapt the alliance posture on the eastern flank for the longer term to reflect the new security reality. This is also likely to include measures for faster and more effective reinforcement. Overall, the new strategic concept is an important opportunity to reiterate our core values and purpose. Through this document, we will reset our deterrence and collective defense for the long term and continue to enhance the resilience of our democratic societies. We will aim to work more closely with like-minded partners from the European Union and the Asia-Pacific and to respond to the new security environment in a 360-degree perspective and in all domains. To achieve this, we will also need adequate resources and capabilities, and NATO is engaged in capability development efforts to address new threats and this new security environment. Coming back to our strategic partnership with the European Union, on security and defense, NATO and the EU are indispensable partners, two sides of the same coin, as many allies who are also EU member states have a single set of forces and budgetary line. The accession of Sweden and Finland will further strengthen that point, just as the recent Danish referendum to join CSDP in the EU context. NATO and EU share to a great extent the same history and geography. Both organizations share common values and security interests. They also face the same threats and challenges and do not have the luxury of choosing which one to handle first. They must deal with all of them at once. A task of this magnitude requires cooperation between the members of the two organizations, as well as between the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and the European Union proper. The current context with Russia's aggression on Ukraine has made the NATO-EU partnership even more relevant, I would argue. And we have leveraged this partnership to foster unity in responding to Russia's war, not least through a joint press conference between President Michel and President von der Leyen and the Secretary General on the 24th of February. Over the past 2 decades, the NATO and EU partnership has significantly evolved, one of the main catalysts in that respect being the developments since 2014, which played an important role in the signing of the Joint Declaration of 2016. Since then, we've achieved an unprecedented level of cooperation, as acknowledged in the Brussels Summit Declaration last year. This summit is particularly relevant for the NATO-EU partnership and the transatlantic bond, as both of our organizations are adopting their key strategic guidance for the future with the recently adopted EU Strategic Compass, which was endorsed by EU heads of state and government in March, and the forthcoming strategic concept coming in Madrid. These two strategic processes provide a good opportunity to demonstrate transatlantic unity and solidarity. The progress in our cooperation is reflected in our progress report issued by the Secretary General and the HRVP last Friday. This report provides a detailed overview of the implementation of the 74 themes for cooperation that have been identified a few years ago. But NATO and EU should not rest on their laurels and have already started looking beyond what has been achieved with the 74 common proposals and how we can further expand and strengthen our cooperation. Indeed, the evolving security challenges and threats that both NATO and the EU are facing call for our partnership to further evolve and be fit for purpose. The war in Ukraine makes this very clear. So NATO and EU are looking at expanding their cooperation areas such as strengthening resilience, addressing the possibilities and challenges offered by new technologies, addressing the impact of climate change, tackling disinformation, or broader geostrategic competition, for example, stemming from Russia's aggression or China's assertive policies. In conclusion, and as you can see, NATO is addressing quite an agenda to remain agile and responsive to a changing security environment. And let me underscore how deeply, from our perception, has this environment changed in the last few months. All staff, from a sort of academic perspective, I would even stress further that changes of this magnitude probably happen only 2 or 3 times in a century. At least in the European environment. All staff at NATO and here at STO, together with allies, are actively working on addressing and delivering on all the issues I mentioned to ensure that the security of the 1 billion people we defend and protect is guaranteed, and that our core values of rule of law and liberty and democracy are upheld. So I very much thank the Science and Technology Board, the CSO and its members for the outstanding leadership they've shown in supporting the Alliance's wider agenda and guiding NATO science and technology development over the last 70 years. And I thank you very much for your attention and look forward to your questions.
So we have time for a couple of questions. We have 2 microphone handlers roaming the room. If you would like to ask something, please raise your hand and begin speaking once you have the mic in hand.
Camille, very good talk, thank you. And I agree that this is a tremendous challenge that we're all faced with. The U.S. Department of Defense released their National Defense Strategy about a month ago. In that, they described Russia as an acute threat, but China as an enduring threat. Do you think NATO will adopt some type of similar construct? Russia being acute, but because of economic factors, they won't be enduring. We have to worry about the nuclear and weapons of mass destruction. China enduring because they will use all aspects of warfare, gray zone, disinformation, economic, to slowly grind down the West. It's a distinction, but I think it's important. How would you react to that from a NATO perspective?
First of all, I think we have to recognize that China and Russia are different from a NATO perspective. First of all, geography matters. We are a Euro-Atlantic organization, and that is making a difference, although we should always keep in mind that even if NATO has no intention to go to the Pacific, China is indeed present in the Euro-Atlantic area already, with some naval exercise jointly with Russia in both the Mediterranean and the Baltic Sea, with some increased presence in the high north, but also through technology in the cyberspace and space with a potential impact on our security. So I think those are the sort of two elements of our debate at NATO, which is to recognize on the one hand that obviously we're talking about two different elements. One is a rising power, the other one is a declining power, which is also something that we have to take into account. And one is also an important partner from an economic standpoint, a critical element of the global economy, a global market, of course. So it is a bit of a balancing act. I think the US description is quite accurate on distinguishing what is immediate versus what is a long-term point. But as National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan recently emphasized, of course, the US will also continue to trade with China and doesn't want to isolate itself from China. So this is the sort of balancing act we have to find ourselves in Europe. The European Union characterized that relationship as being at the same time a partner, a strategic competitor, and a systemic rival. How do we try to think through this, which is a bit unprecedented? How do we deal with a major power that has doesn't share our values, doesn't share our vision of the rule-based international order, while at the same time is for most of our nation the first or second economic partner. So there are multiple challenges associated with that. What I do expect from the strategic concept, and notwithstanding the fact that there are debates amongst allies on how much we should focus on China, how much should it be a NATO core task to look at this. I think there is over time, or if I compare to where we were a couple of years ago, or where we were in the 2010 strategic concept, to take an interesting benchmark. Of course, China has become part of our strategic landscape, and many Europeans that were not necessarily paying a lot of attention to China in the strategic realm have recognized that we needed to be fully thinking through this. So this is again where we will find the balance, the fine-tuning of the wording in the strategic concept. I cannot share because it's not been agreed yet, so simply because it is a very important conversation amongst allies. And this is, I believe, a conversation that also needs to take place at the level of heads of state and government, as they will do in Madrid. But what is sure is that we will recognize that China is part of our strategic thinking, and that from this perspective, the situation has changed to where we were even a few years ago.
Thank you, sir. We have time for one more question.
Well, as you know, I used to be the director of AGARD many, many years ago. But also, as my name is Yaramovich, you may guess very well that I'm also of Ukrainian origin. So now, all of a sudden, there's a combination of really understanding what's going on both sides, here and there. And what we are understanding on the other side, we're talking about sanctions. Sanctions don't work on the Russian population. They've been poor forever, and that doesn't quite work. So the impact on the population here in Ukraine is very, very important, and this is now genocide. Now, pretty soon, this is going to start spilling over the Baltic nations and others. When does NATO start really getting very serious about using its advanced technology to stop the Russian invasion of actually the Western world, pretty soon you'll be all hurting very much, and just words are not quite good enough.
Thank you for this. Let me first of all stress that we should not understate the brutality of what's happening in Ukraine. I was reading this morning the fact that the civilian casualties is about 10 times the military casualties for the Ukrainian people. So we're thinking in the realm of tens of thousands or close to 100,000 people that have been already killed in this war. And this is something in Ukraine only, Ukrainians only, and not to mention the Russian losses. So this is a war of a magnitude that we haven't seen in Europe in many, essentially since World War II, and without understating the atrocities committed during the Balkan Wars. But obviously here we have two large nations fighting a large-scale conventional war for months now, which is something we hadn't seen there. I concur with your statement that this is something that we have to recognize as a not only instability on our border, as we used to call crisis there, but as something which is a game changer, as I mentioned. I would first of all, in response to your point about what more could we do or should we do, state that we do a lot, and there I think many years, even a few months ago, probably allies would not have thought that they would be delivering billions of dollars or euros worth of equipment to Ukrainian forces. I can obviously not share the numbers, but they are extraordinarily significant, and they are making a difference. Again, not so long ago, and almost all allies are engaged in this to various degrees, and this is something that is really significant and making a difference. Of course, the bravery of the Ukrainian people, the courage of the Ukrainian leadership is critical. But I think without this support provided by European Union and NATO, European Union member states and NATO allies, the situation would be quite different. And this is something, again, if you think of previous conflicts that were happening recently, I mean, the natural tendency of many Europeans would be to impose an arms embargo on both sides and see where it goes. This is not what is happening today. And that is very significant, and that is a game changer. Secondly, the political support to Ukraine and the decisions that have been taken to mark for Russia the fact that this war was unacceptable is again to a degree unprecedented. We might say we underreacted to events in Georgia or in Crimea or in Donbass. Today, I don't think that the reaction qualify as being limited in scope or in political support, and there is a wide range support for the notion that this conflict needs to end with some sort of a strategic failure on the part of Russia. Having said all of this, we also are responsible for the security of our citizens, and this is where there has been a very deliberate effort on the part of the Allies and NATO to not escalate this conflict, to stay away from waging a war and becoming a co-belligerent in the conflict, because we have to recognize, and this is the reality, strategic reality, that we want to prevent also an escalation into some sort of a global conflict with a nuclear arms state. And that is a limit that we've set ourselves, and that is there. I don't think, but we've also made crystal clear that in the event of a spillover that you were mentioning, we stood ready to react, and that's why I was mentioning the readiness of our forces, the 40,000 troops put under Sakir's command, the forward deployment, the additional forward deployment on the eastern flank. As we are in Paris, President Macron was just in Romania yesterday, visiting the French forces there. I'm sure General Lavigne and other military colleagues in the room will note that for the first time the deployment of IAMD high-end assets in a forward deployment is extraordinarily significant. NATO, naval and air forces are constantly active on the eastern flank, but also with this intent of preventing escalation while providing robust deterrence and defense. We all very much hope and do everything we can to enable Ukraine to prevail, but we also have this responsibility of controlling escalation in an environment where I'm afraid we cannot state with certainty what is Mr. Putin's final intent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grand. We have a small token of our appreciation.
Monsieur Grand, or Camille, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you very much for carving out time in, I know it's a very, very busy schedule for coming here. We really appreciate that, and thank you for your words. Also spot on related to the content of this conference. So as a token of appreciation, please accept this unique anniversary plaque made especially for this occasion. So with that, thank you again.
Thank you so much, Annika.
And maybe you could go over here and you can do some photos.
So ladies and gentlemen, we actually have our first break of the morning, just so you can refresh and recaffeinate. If you would, please be here at 10:35. Welcome back. Would you please find your seats? Welcome back. Our next speaker is General Philippe Lavigne, NATO's Supreme Allied Commander Transformation. In this capacity, General Lavigne is responsible to NATO's highest military authority, the Military Committee, for promoting and overseeing the continuing transformation of alliance forces and capabilities. Prior to this position, he was appointed as the Chief of Staff for the French Air Force, which was subsequently renamed the French Air and Space Force in 2020. He has also served as the Director of the French Chief of Defense's Front Office and the Information Director within the Joint Staff of the Armed Forces. Furthermore, he commanded the Kabul International Airport, overseeing a staff of 5,000 individuals representing 57 nations, and supervised the transfer of military responsibility for the airport to the Afghan civilian authorities. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming General Lavigne.
So nice to be here in presence, huh? And in Paris, of course. So great. General Eric Hotelet, French Deputy Shot, dear Eric, dear Camille, dear Brian, dear John-Michel, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you for inviting me today to share my vision with you on the conflicts of the future, the impact of technology on future capabilities and concepts of the Alliance, and about the role of ACT in their development. There is a general tendency to think about the character of future wars through the lenses of the present time. The wars in the former Yugoslavia, and especially in Bosnia-Herzegovina, between 92 and 95, led some scholars to argue that armed conflicts have shifted from primarily state-oriented conflicts involving a mass of soldiers and centralized top-down planning to a series of hybrid or low-intensity conflicts that involve private contractors, paramilitaries, and illegal sponsors. With the beginning of the 21st century, you may have heard many scholars. Scholars claim that conventional warfare was officially dead. They contended that political and military leadership must adapt to the new reality, that no adversary wants to fight the United States and NATO in a symmetrically conventional fashion. Ukraine crisis and Russian annexion of Crimea in 2014 led us to believe that hybrid warfare will be the predominant challenge, a way our adversaries will use to circumvent our conventional military power to achieve their political goals. And the Russian aggression on Ukraine brought geopolitics and conventional warfare again on the stage of the Europe soil. It also brought back irrationality in international relations because Putin's decision to attack Ukraine had been unprovoked from a rational stance perspective. Putin had also overestimated, and Camille, you say his power and potential to win in a quick war, and at the same time underestimated Ukraine. The determination of Ukraine's leadership and people to transform their armed forces with NATO assistance since 2014 and to resist Russian aggression since February this year turned out to be remarkable. This example shows us how difficult it may be to assess the potential of military power only by examining quantitative parameters. And while many things related to that war have been unexpected or wrongly predicted, this conflict serves as a reminder that sustained conventional war hinges on the availability of manpower, material, ammunition, and defense industrial capacity to sustain it. Hence, the conventional warfare is not dead, and the hybrid warfare may not necessarily be the predominant way of achieving gains below the threshold of an open conflict. And when we talk about the war in Ukraine, we must accept that there is not the model war we may hypothesize as a potential NATO-Russian war, but just a type of war. It is because we are aware that this war is specific to geography, history, strategic narrative, and culture, and economic factors, among others. It is also specific in terms of use capabilities, since we know that Russia has not yet the full spectrum of their capabilities, the full spectrum of their capabilities, nor has been engaged equally in all operational domain, for example, space. So, in our strategic thinking, we have to go wider and farther, and we do. This is why we say that our NATO warfighting capstone concept, the equivalent of the joint warfighting concept, is threat-informed but risk and opportunity-based. In this concept, we take into consideration all relevant current development in security environment, but we don't bound ourselves on any of them. This concept was endorsed by all NATO nations and take into consideration all their perspectives, but is comprehensive and inclusive enough to encompass them all and not to limit itself to any specifically. It is because we know that we cannot derive definite conclusions about the future, security environment, from current trends, no matter how convincing they are. This is why in our strategic thinking, we want to go above and beyond. Hence, we consider the current developments in the character of warfare as one of the parameters, as one of the variables in the big equation. Regarding technology, and I want to talk about technology with a capital T, its development is certainly an important variable in the scanning security horizon. There is no doubt that technology has been a key driver of our society for decades, and especially since the pace of its development accelerating in the very last years. The recent decades have seen an unprecedented growth and acceleration of technological development, thanks in large part to the commercial sector. And it is especially the case in the digital domain, such as cyber, or artificial intelligence today, and quantum technologies, or cognitive warfare tomorrow. These developments have potential or are already being exploited by all kinds of potential adversaries, from terrorists to our peer or near-peer competitors. New technologies, which are widely available, have offered state and non-state actors a multitude of solutions to threaten and create potential disruption well above and beyond what was imaginable a few decades ago. The ability of potential adversary to challenge the alliance and its member nations politically, militarily, and technologically is growing. Technology is therefore an important driver of our adaptation and transformation of our capabilities. Arguably, technology, especially emerging and disruptive technology, is one of the key drivers of the transformation of NATO defense capabilities. Facing this challenge, the Alliance decided to adopt the NATO EDT roadmap, and since then we have focused in particular on artificial intelligence, big data, autonomy, space, quantum technologies, biotechnologies, human enhancement, and hypersonics, of course. I believe that we all agree that behind every successful defense enterprise there is a significant number of scientists, technologists, engineers, and mathematicians, all working to ensure that warfighters have the best technology, knowledge, and know how to outperform and outsmart potential adversaries. The North Atlantic Alliance, born in 1949, the longest running political and military organization in the world, has been so far successfully fulfilling its mission thanks to its cohesion, its deterrence, but also its technical edge against adversaries and competitors. This is why it is paramount to connect the way we perceive our strategic environment to the most recent evolution of technological landscape challenges in order to ensure the persistence of this technological superiority of their lines. Of course, there is always a way, there is always a challenge what to choose as priorities and where to focus. A British-Irish author and journalist, Rebecca West, observed that before the war, military science looked like real science, like astronomy. But after the war, it looks more like astrology. And when this is not because science or technology development fail, but because conflict usually develops in often unprecedented ways. The risk is, therefore, that we don't anticipate correctly the type of warfare, or operation we may be engaged in, and consequently don't have the right capabilities. But this is not only it is not the only challenge. Time also works against us. We have come to realize that we also must accelerate transformation in all areas while ensuring overall coherence. This requires us to adopt new ways of doing things and a more agile approach. Faced with different challenges and threats in our security environment, its complexity and variety of actors, technology development and other challenges that multiply the threats, such as pandemics or climate change, we knew we need a guide that would ensure us more proactive and anticipatory approach. That is the role of the NATO warfighting capstone concept, developed to be our North Star concept. With this concept, we aim at bringing the greatest possible coherence to our efforts to cope with the future challenges. And while we think about 20-year perspective, it is not a fixed plan for the next 20 years, but the beginning of a process. And I'm aware there will be doubts and challenges along the way, and we will not always be able to come to definitive answers. It is because we are facing non-linear, complex security environments. Where to compare warfare development to physics, we are at the point where we have evolved from understanding the laws of kinetics and electromagnetics to entering the age of quantum physics. And we too will need to confront the uncertainty principle. To succeed, we need to factor in a great number of variables, including the changing character of future warfare, with its speed, blur lines between systemic competition, crisis, and war. We also have to take into consideration variety of actors, use disruptive technology, difficulty of attributing cyber threats and attacks, fighting in gray zones and hybrid warfare, engaging in multi-domain operations, and a coherent civil-military resilience, to name a few. This is why our warfare development agenda, which sets a plan to implement the warfighting concept, ensure we explore so-called warfare development imperatives to always be on track and ensure adequate adaptation. We comprehend that answers to complex issues due to causalities between the different variables and actors are rarely binary. Therefore, we are aware that we need to think in terms of trade-offs and in terms of effect and incremental approaches. Hence my motto, think big, act small and fast, as a steady way to success. We also know that to fully succeed in implementing our concept, we need to accept new paradigms when approaching challenges and proposing new solutions. Our attitude is vital in this effort. Or as Winston Churchill put it, attitude is a little thing that makes a big difference. It is about creating team spirit wherever and whenever possible. This is about creating a fertile ground for innovation, creativity, agility, and resilience within our organization. and WCC implementation and the successful adaptation of our military instrument of power to the evolving security environment greatly depend on our ability to maintain our capability and technical edge, but also on this team mindset. At ICT, we are aware that NATO's transformation must give us the means to face the new challenges. And to acquire these tools, we at NATO have to be innovative and fully benefit from science and technology. However, to achieve that, we need to assume fully the risk of failure also. That is something that is pretty counterintuitive for the current procurement processes, which have become rigid for some reason, and that is a fundamental enabler of innovation. It is interesting to note, for example, that the DARPA use a failure indicator that, if too low, prove they are not innovating hard enough. In ACT, we have a relatively long tradition of innovation through our science and technology program of work, which is executed, for example, by the Center for Maritime Research and Experimentation. And our maritime science and technology program of work is impressive, where autonomous system, artificial intelligence technology, and quantum sensing developed through this program are field testing during exercise and through sea trials. And the next one will be in Portugal for dynamic messenger. We also work shoulder to shoulder with the NATO Science and Technology Organization, and collaboration with NATO too is essential to understanding the future and helping leverage knowledge and technology in particular. The lessons we learn every day, including from the war in Ukraine, for instance, the experimentation we conduct, the growing understanding we have of changing security environment, the emerging and disruptive technologies we monitor and harness, the partnership with nations, academia, and of course industry, all help us find the best way to maintain NATO's technological edge. ACT is also leading a set of parallel and interconnected efforts across the line to achieve, and I say hello to Manfred, the Chief Information Officer, to achieve digital transformation by modernizing and transforming NATO's digital capabilities, people and success and processes. This is actually one of my priorities, to provide the alliance with the ability to conduct multi-domain operations based on a digital transformation. By harnessing multi-domain operation, digital transformation must allow to understand better, to be able to decide faster, and thus to be stronger together. And along with this capability-oriented thinking, we in ACT are also exploring on how to improve our processes and our organizational culture. We think how to improve and make our acquisition processes more agile and faster by using, for example, digital twins to create simulation that can predict how a product or process will perform. And we also think about the whole NATO, especially on how to use different tools to facilitate agile and asymmetric thinking to enhance our art of common and support decision-making with new technology. To conclude, I would say that the role of science and technology is vital for the of NATO military instrument of power, and to express it in terminology of strategy development. Science and technology connects the ends, ways, and means of our effort, as it is often part of all these three dimensions. In ends, it is about maintain our edge, and in ways, it is about how we use the technology, both in capabilities and decision-making. And in the means, it is about technology as tools and infrastructure. And as a roof over it, it is the team spirit, and that must ensure we are smarter, faster, and more creative than our adversary in using technology for our defense. Dear Science and Technology Organization, happy and huge 17th anniversary. Thank you very much for your attention. Yeah.
All right, we have time for one or two questions. If there's anyone in the audience.
It was so clear.
All right.
Lieutenant Colonel Isidoro Marcone, the Sensor and Electronics Technology Panel Executive Officer at the CSO. In our research task group, we are focused on the emerging and disruptive technologies. And what do you see as the most impactful DT that the Alliance should focus on for building future capabilities?
There are so many, and I think that the emerging and disruptive technology list is increasing not day by day, but almost year by year. And I think that, and it is why I'm talking about the team spirit. It's with Science and Technology Organization, with Brian, with Camille and David. I think he is going to be here very soon. David for EDTs, ASG. We are working together in order to understand what will be the next, and what are the risks and the opportunities. Why not only in the technological matter or topics, but because we are also human and we have to educate our people in order to understand what's going on, for example, on digital. But today we have already to think about educating our people about quantum, to understand what's going on and what are the risks and what can we do to keep the edge or to protect ourselves. So it's something that, of course, we were talking about that with Brian. Quantum is something we are looking at. Biotech, we are looking also. I was in MIT, I think it's 2 months ago, and we discussed about also in Boston, and we discussed about also nanotechnologies, because nanotechnologies are something that we have. There are so many opportunities for us and for our war fighters. And the thing is that we are not thinking only about technology, but as I said, to the use of it in our warfare development. That's very important. And of course, there are technologies who are not enough matures, and so we have to continue to keep an eye on that. But there are technologies that are already matures, and the most important thing is to, in an innovation mindset, with some rules that has to change in order to implement, to test, to experiment it, to make them integrated in our warfare development. That's the two big aspects we are challenging.
Thank you, sir. This concludes. Do we have one more?
Yeah, one more.
All right.
Thank you very much, General. Pavel Zuna, Czech Republic. I'm former CSO director. You spoke about the ability to anticipate the type of warfare we may be engaged, and at the same time to be agile enough to transform using the capabilities we have. But frankly, looking at the NATO nations, we are not all nations equal in military capabilities we have. We have legacy systems, and most of those legacy systems are single-purpose systems. And to be agile, we need something else. We need the systems which will be multi-purpose, really agile. And it's not the run for next 5 years, probably. We will need more. Can you elaborate on this? Thank you.
Yes, it's always the balance between modernization and transformation. We need transformation in order not to be overwhelmed or to continue to get the edge in 10 years. But we need also the modernization of our legacy system in order to fight now and tomorrow. So it's always a balance. We need both of them. Then there is a common understanding with all the nations that we have to digital transform quicker than we expect, because with that, data is the key asset. We can be modern or non so modern equipment. You've got information, you've got data, you are collecting data, you are in the team, and we need everybody in the team, and to leverage either the legacy system and the new system, we have to share the data. And so I think it is why digital transformation is so important. Of course, to understand better, as I say, there are many sensors, but each equipment has to be a sensor, so we can implement and modernize our legacy system in this way. We have to reduce the famous ODA loop in order to decide quicker. And of course, we need for our more distributed command and control, we need, for example, artificial intelligence to make the analysis of this huge amount of data. And then we will be stronger together in implementing what we call the multi-domain operation, because even if we've got legacy system, they are operating in air, land, and on the sea, but there are also space and cyber, and we have to make their effect converging in one act in order to be stronger. So definitively, how to do that? It's to accelerate the digital transformation of NATO, and NATO is not only the body, it's the all nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Merci.
Please join me with the flag there. Touchdown, I would say, in our conference. Highly appreciate it, and also a token of appreciation from us to you.
Thank you so much. I'm happy.
Our next speaker is General Eric Otelet, the French Deputy Chief of Defense, who will provide a national perspective on future military requirements. Prior to General Otelet's current position, he served as the Deputy Chief of the Air and Space Force, and in 2018, he became the head of the Chief of the Defense Staff's private office. Previous assignments have included command of Air Base 701 in Salon-de-Provence and the French Air Force Academy, head of operations and international relations at the Office of the Minister of Defense, and the head of the private office of the first French Supreme Allied Commander transformation of NATO. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming General Otelet.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm very, very happy to be in a piece of NATO in France. It's not usual, and not a lot of people know that in France, and so I'm very happy and to come back in the NATO community. So I will give you a French perspective on where we are currently with all the technology evolution, and it will be a perspective between what we prepared before the 24th of February and also discussion perhaps on what has been done and our thinking since the 24th of February, which is a big change of paradigm, strategic change of paradigm in the international relation. So I will make 3 short points. First one will be how do the French armed forces understand their action in a dramatically reshaped global environment in Europe and beyond. The second will be about alliance and partnerships. And the third one will be about the NATO strategic adaptation already mentioned by Sakti. So for the first one, just a word about the strategic vision of our French Chief of Defense. It was published in September of 21. And it came just after the Afghan crisis, Pegasus cyber affair, the anti-satellite weapons launch, Wagner in Sahel, and not to mention war in Ukraine right now. So no crystal ball here and nor bragging about supernatural foresight, but what we put in this vision was the confirmation of trends we observe and that have been steadily growing for during the last 20 years. So I will not have a lecture of and a grand strategy lesson here, but just cover 3 bumper stickers about this vision. The first one will be about the paradigm shift. The first one will be about the international relations organized along what we call the triptych of competition, dispute, and confrontation. And so we move from the triptych of the traditional peace, crisis, and war to this triptych, competition, dispute, and confrontation. It's a big change because it means that we are always engaged and always in a competition. And that means for the army, armed forces, that we have to change our mindset, we have to change our organization, and we have to be always ready. And for example, regarding the prism of permanent competition, Europe is precisely the CSR of this new conflict paradigm. We have different actors, different places, different domains, and we are engaged on the east with the Ukraine war, but we are at the same time engaged in Africa, with Wagner in Africa. And we can see we are also in a competition world in Indo-Pacific area. So we have to manage all these states, competition, confrontation, and dispute at the same time. And it will touch down the organization of our C2 and the digital backbone already mentioned before. The second bumper sticker is a declination of the first one and is directly addresses to the armed forces, and it was mentioned by our chief as winning the war before the war. And I will try to explain what does it mean to win the war before the war. It's not going more rapidly to go to the war, but it's doing the right thing before the war, not to be engaged in a war, but with another word, which is we are trying to win the war before the war, but we must be ready to win a war. And we are not avoiding the fight. We mentioned that because our political master, when we are saying that we will win the war before the war, are looking directly to the budget and so to reduce them. And so our message is that we have to do this both. So this message urges, as I mentioned before, that the armed forces must be permanently ready to face major conflict. And they must be ready to act in all environment and fields of confrontation from the very beginning of and from right now. So we believe that the ability to win the war before the war has never been more crucial to military ventures than today. And if you ask me if it's a new way of war, of course not, because we look how info war, lawfare, attrition have already been extensively and extensively and intensively used by our competitors and adversaries in relation to our to their own use of force. And it means also that we must be ready to be engaged. And the example of Ukraine is a good example. So I use extensively because today we face a tremendous extension of warfare, both in quantity and in quality. And I am here referring to a surge in global defense spending, growing arsenals, but also to the extension of conflict to the newest domain: cyber, space, information, and also cognitive domain. All the more that these fields are characterized by a strong duality in their civilian and military use. And I use also intensively because the intensity of strategic rivalries are sold, and whether they be of financial, commercial, cultural, political, and of course military nature. So in fact, we are probably witnesses the return of warfare as a political intention. I'm sorry, I will try keep some fuel for my English. So speaking about this return of warfare as a political intention, and to some eyes, warfare seems again an acceptable way of answering political dilemmas. It's very important because we move at the strategic level. It's a change of paradigm. Based off mondialization, it was the idea that the link and the interdependency between all the countries will preempt the fact that we will go to the war. And the example of Ukraine, Russia and Ukraine shows that this concept is not working. So we are now in a new area, and we have to take into account that mondialization is not the solution to stop war or to preempt war. So no clash of civilization here, but a very vivid reality that our forces will have to face without any doubt a combination of hybrid threat, a very high intensity combat. And this is not what the past 30 years of military operation have looked like. And don't get me wrong, the soldiers, sailors and aviators of our countries have fought bravely side by side, never looking back. Many of them lost their lives, but and I want here to honor their memory. But what I am seeing here is that the risk of more symmetric encounters, of full-scale, high-intensity conflict are now back. And in Africa, when the last operation we have done, we have we can control the battle rhythm. We can say, okay, we will stop, we will wait 1 week, or we can deploy more forces. Today, it's more symmetric, and Russia are imposing their battle rhythm also. So it's not the same, and we have to move to this new approach of conducting war. So we have to prepare for more casualties, attrition, impaired logistics. We have also to prepare to plan and conduct operation in contested and denied environments. And we have to prepare for threats in all domains, including, of course, space, cyberspace, infospace, and cognitive area. And this is where the third bumper sticker I want to kick in is with whom can we face this threat. The message is clear. If the French armed forces have preserved their ability to act alone, now the normal framework of our engagement is in a collective action. And for those knowing the historical position of French in NATO area, you will see that it's a change. We will have a new approach, looking firstly with whom we can fight. So it's an objective we are willfully pursuing as military leader. We know that we are stronger when our allies and partners are linked. We know also that we have to share vision and that there is always room for debate, and this is the strength of our democracy to have cohesion when we are fighting. So I could say that stick as a team and be ready to engage the new threat we are facing. And we are looking for several frameworks. So NATO, as I mentioned, but also in the EU, and coalition of able and willing nations, but also with bilateral partnerships. These different sources of cooperation are all very useful, and our combined mission in different theaters of operation speaks for themselves. In the Sahel, where we have some European forces, in Syria, it's international coalition, but also in North Atlantic and Eastern Europe when we are in a NATO environment. And we must share vision on some of our future capabilities, including space, missiles, aircraft, ammunition. But you will also agree with me that the war in Ukraine has thrust an unprecedented political momentum for European partnerships in the field of defense and security, both within NATO, with the upcoming strategic concept in a week from now, at the end of June, and in the European Union with its renewed ambition for security and at the heart of the strategic compass, now published and endorsed by the European Council. We are looking also to deepen this cooperation and as we face common threats in all domains, and we need to develop our capabilities accordingly. The main, I will not cover all the domain, but we are putting a strong effort in multi-domain operation. And it's for us, it's firstly, before a technological challenge, it's firstly a cultural challenge. Because it's a different way of conducting war, it's a different way of planning operation, and it needs a different approach because we have to look for information coming from information domain, cyber domain, space domain, and so we need to reorganize our C2, both at the tactical level and at the strategic level. And this new approach needs a new C2 organization, and we are working on that. For us, multi-domain operations are probably the new joint area, and it's certainly the next path for interoperability between allies and partners. This is why the French armed forces fully support the ongoing efforts aiming at the strategic adaptation of the alliance, whether they be led by ACO with the DDA or ACT, as it was mentioned by Philippe regarding the NWCC. This strategic adaptation is needed, facing a rapid and changing context, power competition and hybrid threat, in order to strengthen our credibility in the field of defense and deterrence. The aim is to reinforce the defense posture of the alliance through its force structure, while fostering its agility and flexibility. It was mentioned before. And we are looking for an ability to operate 360 degrees, relying on armed forces that are present and effective, well-trained, well-equipped. It brings me to the conclusion, and instead of wrapping up all this concept and doctrine, I will, on the contrary, open the debate by throwing out a few ideas we are looking for in France. And in the 80s, the quintessence of battle management was target allocation. We used to plan the target for the shooter, in what it was the 18th. Then, with multi-role platforms in the 19th, we shift to the best target for the best shooter. Then, in the new millennium, along with the network-centric warfare, we were able to allocate the best target to any shooter. In the information age, we are now reaching the stage of any target, any shooter. Or should I say any data to any user. In other words, where detention of information used to be a decisive power in warfare, distribution of information is now the new grail. We have to extract the right data in any data concretion, lake or ocean, and we have to be able to distribute it to the right system in any architecture we will use to fight. Here comes a paradox, a new paradox. This data needs to be hugely accessible in an open cloud and protected at the same time, proclaiming zero trust in potentially subversive user. And the first lessons coming from Ukraine are supporting this new approach we have to work on. In fact, this data needs to be in two different status at the same time. This paradox does Kim in which quantum theory. I could go for hours on this new approach of data. I will just resume the challenges we are looking at for us. Firstly, the change of mindset. Secondly, the processes, how we worked. And thirdly, concept development. We have to put the operational at the heart of the reflection and think firstly at what do we want and then how we will do it. And this process is very important for us. Thank you very much for your attention and ready to answer a question if we have time.
We have time for just one question, if you're willing, sir.
Thank you for a very interesting overview. One of the things about maintaining a technology edge is the speed of adoption and the speed of adaptation. So do you think NATO and the coalitions, they're a bit like a ship in the ocean? Do you think they'll adapt fast enough to new technologies?
Good question. We have to adapt rapidly, because if we are not adapting, the enemy will win. The winner in a fight, in a military fight, is the guy who is adapting the faster. So we will have to do it. Regarding the adaptation, yes, we will adapt, but as I mentioned, if you ask me what is the main challenge of the next weeks or months, is that we have to change the mindset of people, and it's mainly based on a problem of generation, because we have a change of paradigm also in the digital world. First one was, and it was the world we lived in for us. It was more system of information, very in pillar, and a lot of information going from the tactical level to the strategic level. Now we have a new paradigm, and I think the young people know it better than us, which is cloud, intelligence, EA, and also big data, and they are used to use this very fastly. When I look at my HQ, a lot of people are keeping all the data in their computer, but today we don't have to do this, and so we have to change this mindset, and we have to change also the processes. We have to change the way the procurement is done, because as we mentioned, the loop of numerical approach is not the same as a big program like aircraft or vessel and so on. So yes, and the pressure of the war in Ukraine is putting on us. It's a good opportunity to change all this. So I am confident that we will be ready to do that, and we will succeed.
Thank you, sir, for your perspectives.
modernizing the French armed forces. We are very happy to receive more of your brilliant French scientists and engineers in our network. But thank you again, and as a token of appreciation.
Let's pivot now from the military strategic vantage point to the future of science and technology. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Dale Redding. Mr. Redding is the scientific advisor to the NATO chief scientist at NATO headquarters in Brussels. In support of the chief scientist, he is responsible for the provision of science and technology-based advice to military and civilian leaders within NATO, including the study of emerging and disruptive technology trends. Before joining NATO in 2019, Mr. Redding enjoyed a distinguished career of more than 30 years as a senior public service executive and defense scientist within the Canadian Department of National Defense. Welcome, Dale.
Bonjour tout le monde. I have the pleasure today of speaking about emerging disruptive technologies and where science will be going over the next 20 years. As was alluded to, part of my job is crystal ball gazing, to be able to look forward and to see what the trends are, to see what technologies might be developing, and to flag those that will have the best or the most likely impact in regards to military capabilities. In that role, and as part of the Office of the Chief Scientist, I am the technology evangelist, if you will, or the S&T evangelist. Next slide, please. I also have the unfortunate responsibility for being the first person up here who's actually going to use slides. I apologize. Next slide, please. Why do we care about where science and technology is going? Fundamentally, military revolutions are driven by changes in science and technology, whether directly through the invention of technologies like radar, or indirectly through their impact on economic and social aspects of the society. Those changes, driven by changes in science and technology, change the nature of military operations. It is common to say, however, they do not change the nature of military operations. I will challenge that. I will argue that we are entering an age where not only are the way we conduct operations changing, but actually the fundamental nature of warfare, as we reach out beyond the desire to influence thinking and behavior, politics by other means, if you will, to quote Clausewitz, but also the need now to influence systems, to influence the artificial intelligence, the cognitive behavior of the systems and the psychosocial technical systems that underlie that. We're seeing the early changes on that, or challenges around that. From an alliance point of view, we are challenged by those new technologies from an ethical, legal, and moral point of view. And I will again argue that is not a bug, that's a feature of the system. That the choices we make around those technologies define the nature of the alliance. Those very choices, the very technologies we seek to pursue, define the characteristics of our alliance. Now, also in that context, it's very easy, as it's stated here under Amara's law, to overestimate the changes that are going to happen. To say, by tomorrow we will have artificial intelligence systems throughout our entire enterprise, that they will fundamentally change how we think about data, etc. That isn't likely to happen. But by the same token, it is easy for us to underestimate the long-term implications of that. And I think that's something to keep in mind as we go forward, understanding the nature of these technologies and how they will come together. Good example of this, there's a couple of YouTube videos out there showing 2-year-olds trying to, on a piece of paper, trying to swipe the screen because they're used to using iPads. These this familiarization with the technologies, that's what this development is bringing. These new people will be bringing to their understanding of how to operate in future military environments. It's that natural integration of that technology into how they think, to the point where they don't even believe that's part of the technology or technological backdrop. Next slide, please. So you say you want a military revolution. What do you need? Before we get down to the technologies, it's important to recognize that while technology is a critical driver, you need at least three other things in order to make sure that this transitions to something effective. You need a culture of innovation, a culture of sharing, a culture of challenge, but a culture that accepts reasonable risk. You need an organization that accepts that and supports that and protects the individuals within in order for them to be creative. And last but not least, you need the concept development and experimentation, the doctrine, the concepts that ultimately turn those technologies into military capabilities. And nothing that I've seen in terms of my reading tells me that that is going to change. That is a fundamental aspect of how you take these technologies and bring in. But it's important to recognize that it's not always just about the technology. It's about that entire system that is necessary. So it's also not necessarily about the most expensive technology. It's about the technology that ultimately can be brought to bear. And the classic example of the best technology does not always win, classic Betamax versus VHS is the quintessential example of that. But so is the iPhone. There's nothing in the original iPhone that was new, nothing. But the way it was packaged was disruptive. Next slide, please. So what are the trends? The big, broad trends before we get down into the technologies. Obviously, dual use. I would argue, actually, that military technology has always been dual use from the first moment that the first spear was used to carve a furrow in the ground and a seed was planted. But I think what's changed is while military technology has moved into the civilian sphere, we are now seeing a much greater increase in the civilian technologies moving into the military sphere. Simply put, there is much more investment on the civilian side, much more development there. And we do need to be aware of how to bring that technology into the military context. Democratization. We no longer have a technological edge. Other countries are pushing hard, but also just as critically, as I like to say, smart people with cheap technology will ruin your day. Take a look at Ukraine on the creative use of drones, or as I used to tell the commander of the Navy in Canada when I was his senior advisor, I'll take a drone, put a kilo of C4 on it, and I'll slam it into the bridge of one of your ships. I won't take the ship out, but I'll take out your bridge crew. And I can do that with a drone I can go buy at the local Costco, a big box store in Canada and the US. That's the world we're moving into. We're also moving into an environment where synergy matters and serendipity matters. Most of the technology we talk about, and it's really easy to get caught up in the stovepipes of artificial intelligence, autonomy, and quantum, et cetera. But the real exciting developments are the combinations of those technologies. Where we see artificial intelligence married up with autonomy, where we see next generation quantum computing creating quantum neural networks, which is moving forward in terms of our ability to develop even greater autonomous and artificial intelligence systems. And those combinations, unique combinations in some case, those can be groundbreaking. And then that's something we need to keep in mind. And sometimes it's not easy to see what those connections will be. Hence the reason why serendipity is so important, when we have to be able to recognize those happy accidents and pursue them. The human-machine interface is becoming even more critical as we rely more and more on the machines, as we rely more and more on artificial intelligence and autonomy. The speed is getting so far in advance of what we can normally deal with from a wetware point of view, that interface is critical. And also tied to that is what I refer to as the Red Queen effect, or others have referred to it as the Red Queen effect. It's taken from Through the Looking Glass by Lewis Carroll, the famous author and mathematician, I would point out, where basically If you want to stay in place, you have to run as fast as you can. If you want to get ahead, you have to run twice as fast. In other words, there's no such thing as maintaining a technological edge unless you are willing to continue to pursue it. That is a requirement. There's no such thing as saying, oh, we invested enough money, that's it, we're here. The challenge is eternal. And we have to recognize that, and we have to convince our political masters that that is necessary. Because if we don't maintain that edge, others will overcome. And if you want to see a really good example of that, go read the history of what happened between 3G, 4G, and 5G technologies with respect to China being far behind, now setting standards. Smart people will move forward if you're not willing to do so. Next slide, please. So how does this actually all come together in broader strategic trends, if you will? What I call I2D2, and I didn't touch on that, the issue of intelligent, interconnected, distributed, and digital technologies. That's the sort of characteristics that we see of technologies moving forward. Those come together on a military side to increase our ability to have intelligent, autonomous action, cognitive dominance, expanding the domain of operations, even more focus on precision effect. And for those of you who are familiar with the WDIs, you'll see the echoes of that within those as well. Those really define what the future battlefield will look like, those large characteristics. But also, we see how those technologies will come forward and enable our ability to deal with other challenges like climate change and security. Allow us to have to deal with the larger issues of competition. Again, near peer competitor and others. The increased prevalence of urban operations, pandemics. It's a joy that we're all here today because COVID-19, we've all collectively decided that COVID-19 is behind us. Although I keep hearing people talk about the fifth wave coming up. And last but not least, the importance of the sixth domain, the cognitive domain. We've seen, again, using COVID-19 as an example, the importance of disinformation, misinformation, and how damaging that infodemic, as it's referred to, can be to societies. It's not just we want to convince people. It has real, measurable consequences, and that is not going to go away. And the technologies we're going to talk about in a moment, a lot of them will make that even worse. So it means we do need to worry about how we operate in that cognitive domain, the potentially sixth domain of NATO. Next slide, please. This is my spider diagram, if you will, my mind map. I should point out that when you expand this, it goes down to about 5 different levels and a couple hundred different items here, but I'll just touch on these very briefly. On the left is the canonical set of EDTs. So artificial intelligence, robotics and autonomous systems, space technologies, quantum technologies, big data and advanced analytics, hypersonics, and I normally split out biotechnology and human enhancement, although they're often put together just because it's simpler. These are the canonical set of EDTs, but we've also, by virtue of our privileged platform of being scientists looking forward, have been able to introduce into the discussion within NATO headquarters the issue of at least we need to consider also the importance of energy and propulsion technologies, because they are also very important as we move forward, and novel materials and manufacturing. These are important emerging disruptive technologies that we need to start paying much more attention to. And there are others, and that is around electronics and electromagnetics, the implication of those technology, other technologies in terms of sensors and in terms of weapons, in terms of non-kinetic and kinetic weaponry. And then obviously the broader issue of ICT, information communication technologies, which includes things like the digital backbone, which includes 6G technologies, which includes blockchain, which includes next generation supercomputers, et cetera. All these we need to keep an eye on. That doesn't mean from a NATO perspective that we need to introduce everyone to focusing on all 14 items. We within the STO have a responsibility, though, to keep a view on all of those. And that is a necessary but not even sufficient set in terms of defining the science and technology that we undertake within the STO. So just to pick up on a few points here, in terms of artificial intelligence, we see a real focus on advanced methodologies. We are starting to see the limits of artificial intelligence, and some people are arguing we're going to start entering another artificial intelligence winter. In fact, there was an interesting article this weekend around a Google engineer who declared his chatbot to be sentient, and it was then sent home for well, I'm not sure psychiatric care, but he was sent home. Some people have argued now that's the indication of a AI winter now, that we've gotten so far ahead, so far beyond what's real that now we'll see a crash. I don't know. I will argue there will probably be another AI winter as the limitations of current systems are understood and people become disillusioned, and that's fine. But I will also tell you, as somebody who's lived through all those AI winters, that there will be another resurgence in artificial intelligence. It may take 10 years if there is another winter, but it will come back, and it will be in a way that we will forget that it's artificial intelligence. We keep redefining what that means, and we keep forgetting how integrated it is into our systems. And if you want a really good example of that, take out your phone. Your focusing mechanism that's used on there uses small amounts of artificial intelligence, fuzzy logic originally, and it's much more complex than that, to determine the optimal picture. How much of us think of that as AI? And yet it is. Robotics and autonomous systems, you just have to look to Ukraine to see how autonomous systems are being used in a creative way. Pavel and I had a discussion a number of years ago around what that actually would mean for the future battlefield. And I think the words that you used, we would be returning to the world of 1914 and 1918, where if you move on the battlefield, you die. We're seeing early indications of that. There's an argument to be made that we have to be careful not to overinterpret what we're seeing there, because, not to put too fine a point on it, but the Russians made mistakes. Basically, they made mistakes that we had learned back in 1917. Don't send tanks forward without infantry. But nevertheless, you see the early indications of an environment, a battlefield, where if you move, you die, because the sensors are so ubiquitous. I'll pick on quantum. I'm a quantum physicist by initial training, so it's an area near and dear to my heart. I'll pick on one aspect. But there's three core aspects. There's the sensors aspects, the communications aspects, and the computing aspect. I'll pick on quantum computing. Quantum computing still is not fully proven, but we see in terms of whether we can scale it up to the million qubit systems we need. But even today, there are early indications that we can solve problems that are more difficult than a classical computer can handle in a reasonable time frame. Now, why is that important? Why am I picking up on that? It's because it will change the way that we can model conflict. It will change the way that we maybe even to understand conflict. There's interesting work going on quantum game theory. And game theory underlies a lot of the MAD and the whole deterrence calculations of the Cold War. But we're looking at using quantum computers to better understand that as well. But also, it underlies our ability, potentially, to deal with climate change. Whether that's better modeling of that, or even just as critically, well, let me go back for a second. Richard Feynman, the great physicist who coined the term quantum computers, basically, pointed out the reason for that is if you want to model a quantum system, you need a quantum computer. Well, okay, if I want to model the chemical reaction that underlies the production of ammonia, and I want to do that in a way that allows me to see other ways of doing that, okay, that sounds like a nice esoteric scientific and technical issue. But understand that 2% of the world's energy is used to produce ammonia, mostly for fertilizers. If I can improve that process, I can cut the energy use by half because I could be able to understand a better way of doing it. The implications are huge for our ability to react to climate change. I'll pick on one more here, novel materials and manufacturing. I should point out I normally take about an hour to go through this and barely touch the surface. But one of the new areas that we are starting to have to look at, novel materials and manufacturing. It's important to understand that again, the quantum computing example means that I can start modeling systems at an atomic level. I can design materials at an atomic level, and not through the trial and error that we essentially go through today. I can design it because I can understand it, because I can model it. And that means I can come up with very creative and interesting new materials that will allow us to have better electronics, that may allow us to have better armor. Imagine for a moment, one of the other things that was only discovered less than 20 years ago, and that is the issue of graphene and other two-dimensional materials. The ability to have graphene composite materials, diamond hard armor, instead of centimeters and centimeters of rolled steel. That changes the way we may design next generation battle tanks, if those technologies work out. And you do see indications of people working on those areas. Novel materials, plus the integration of things like biomanufacturing that, again, will allow us to be able to create materials on the spot, or 3D, 4D printing, which allows us to create materials on the spot. And that will help with our logistics and sustainability aspects. And if you want to be reminded of just how important it is to talk about logistics, take a look at Ukraine and what happens if you don't deal with your logistics and you don't deal with sustainability issues. I could go on, but I think the issue here is just to say that there are a myriad of amazing advancements across all of these 14 areas. And what's even more interesting is the cross-pollination between them. How quantum computing is enabling next generation material development, how big data analytics is enabling information and communication technologies. So artificial intelligence is woven throughout all of those. That I2D2, that intelligent, the digital, the distributed, and interconnected technologies that are there, that's going to change the game. It is changing the game. Next slide, please. And then, once we have those technologies in place, we have an even bigger challenge. We need to think of those, again, in terms of what they mean, in terms of the operational capabilities and the enterprise capabilities that underlie NATO. So what does it mean to use quantum computing to support our ability to prepare, to project, to engage, to protect, to sustain or inform, or the command and control and communications or consultation around that? And then what does it mean from an enterprise point of view to enable all those functions? That's going to be the challenge, and we need to do that looking across three major tasks: crisis management, the cooperative security, and of course collective defense. And we need to consider that across 5 operational domains, possibly 6. That's a challenge. It's a challenge that the STO exists for. It's a challenge that the gauntlet, if you will, that we're willing to take up in working with our military counterparts to move that science forward into capabilities that matter. Next slide. Because the next future conflict space is going to look like this. It is going to be filled with autonomous systems. It is going to be filled with hypersonic systems. It is going to be filled with robotics and 3D printing and novel materials and sensors that may change the game, quantum sensors that may allow us to change the game from the point of view of ASW, or counter-stealth radars. All these things are coming. When are they going to be here? I'd be rich if I could tell you when. But the point remains that those technologies are coming. And we need to be prepared for that, because those technologies will enable capabilities that will fundamentally change the way that we conduct ourselves in the conflict sphere, whether that be a battlefield or hybrid warfare or whatever context that operational context that NATO gets involved in, including the crisis management aspects. Next slide, please. And my final slide. But all these technologies coming together, probably the biggest impact they will all have is not just on our ability to conduct military operations, but our ability to conduct science. Quantum computing, artificial intelligence, just as 2 examples, big data analytics, 3 examples, robotics and autonomous systems, just to pick a few, have fundamentally changed the way we conduct science, and they will do so into the future. So probably from our perspective, our broader S&T perspective, Not only will those technologies impact the operational capabilities of the future, but they will actually help us to define the emerging disruptive technologies that we'll be talking about at the next 70th anniversary. That's it. Thank you very much.
For the sake of time, we are going to forego questions with Mr. Redding, but he's going to be with us all day, so you can corner him during one of the breaks if you have any questions for him. But please stay here. We have a token for you as well.
Please stay.
So Dale, thank you very much, and please continue to be a technological evangelist. We look forward to the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. I'm going to go off script just a little bit. I know that we are running behind, so we are going to split the next session over lunch. So we will start it, we will do a hard break at 12:15, which is when we're scheduled for lunch, and then we will resume our early career scientists talk afterwards. We have a little more flex time in the afternoon, and we want to get you to the restaurant before the lunchtime rush. To ensure that you have enough time to enjoy your meal. So I don't think we can talk about the future of science and technology without bringing in some of the scientists who are going to be leading us into that future. Our next session will be a panel discussion with 4 of our very talented early career scientists from the STO Collaborative Network. This discussion will be facilitated by the Honorable Alan Schaefer, a former director of the Collaboration Support Office from 2015 to 2018. After his tenure at the Collaboration Support Office, he served as the United States Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment. In this capacity, he was responsible to the Secretary of Defense for all matters pertaining to acquisition, contract administration, logistics and material readiness, installations and environment, operational energy, chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons, the acquisition workforce, and the defense industrial base. While holding this role, he simultaneously served as the Acting Assistant Secretary of Defense for nuclear, chemical, and biological defense programs. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Alan Schaefer.
Panelists, come on up. So this will be split. I want to just have a couple of moments for a couple of comments, and then we'll let each of our young scientists talk about their work for a very short amount of time, then we'll come back for questions. I want to make a couple of observations. One, you see the theme here. The future is not about us old people who get up here and talk. It's about how do the young people translate what we have given them and put it into action. And I don't want it to be like we all got it coming up, where the old people gave us something and said, here you go, folks, it's your problem. They've got to be part of the solution, and they've got to be, and we've got to figure out how to work better with them. So I'll just make that statement up front. I feel so passionately about the future being people. When I was running the U.S. Department of Defense Research and Engineering program, I started the Young Scientist of the Quarter Award. That has been ongoing since 2014. We've had some 30, 35 of them, remarkable things. I came to NATO. I looked at the people in the network, great work, but man, we were old. And I challenged the STB to start sending in more young people. They agreed. We established some awards for young scientists or early career scientists. We've been giving those awards out since about 2018, 2019, and we have 4 of our best young scientists across NATO. But this is the future. So I will, with that, introduce each of them for just a moment, and I should have said at the top, John-Mikal, thank you for asking me to do this. You know how passionate I am about the future, but also thank you to Brian and all the rest of the distinguished guests. So I'll do a very short introduction, and I hope I will at least pronounce the name semi-correctly. Ellerai Lillimäe from Estonia. She is a researcher at the Estonian Military Academy and a PhD candidate from the University of Tartu. Her research focus, and this is very interesting because I heard Mr. Redding's view of the future. It was great, but it was still physics-based and still based in the physical world. We've got to think more about the gray zone and misinformation. Her focus is on human-machine interface, but also human resources, human cognition, how to do surveys to adapt to the future. She has a BA and MS in sociology from the University of Tartu, and you're going to have to help me, a university in the Netherlands? Okay, very good. In Amsterdam. We have Sven Binsbergen, who's actually a physicist. I was a physicist, mathematician. I like this, high energy lasers, those types of things. I understand them better, but I recognize that we are moving out of the physics-based and into the information and thought-based world, but it's still important. He's active with the Nato SCT, Science and Electronics Technology, and SCI teams. He loves field trials. It's very important because I also have not heard much of this morning. I've heard some of it, but the best technology devised in a laboratory that doesn't go to the field is very much like the old philosophy. If a tree falls in the woods and no one hears it, does it matter? If a technology is developed in a laboratory but is not used, does it matter? We have to have the field trials and let the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and marine get out and play with the things that are developed to bring them along. So you are very much involved in that and modeling of lasers through the atmosphere. Congratulations. The third, and this is also looking a little bit to the future, some of what Dale talked about, Dr. Joelle Coutinho, from the head of the UAS operations of the Portuguese Air Force. He does applied research into developing and applications of new UAS systems. He's been involved with the NATO STO network since 2010. He was recognized as the Applied Vehicle and Technology Young Career Scientist of the Year in 2019, and an MS and PhD from Delft University in the Netherlands. And finally, Dr. Dominika Kosarova. Did I get it right? Oh, that's wonderful. And Dr. Zuna came up to me and told me I had to make sure I get this right. At the University of the Defense Center for Security and Military Studies in the Czech Republic, but university is the important part. He was adamant about that. Pavel, I listened. She has her degrees from the university, actually from Slovenia, isn't it? Your PhD? Slovakia. From the University of, help me out with the pronunciation, Dominika.
You can try, it's good.
Well, I can try, but I can't read my writing. As you get older, you can't see it. Mataj Bell? Is that?
Bell, yes.
Meta, yeah. But also studies, fascinating. I looked at her LinkedIn page. She studied in the UK. She has studied at the University of Reims de Champagne. She has studied in Switzerland, I think, Austria. You have an enormous amount of academic background and have been a research professor in France and now Czech Republic. Her specialty is in fact, she's co-chairing the SAS Panel 154 Research and Technology Group, focusing on developing an analytic framework for the future of strategies. But part of her background is interesting. She actually develops lectures and materials to help general officers and senior officers think about how they progress through their career. a lot of work in hybrid warfare and the application of hybrid warfare. And as we're seeing in the Ukraine, although it isn't quite as much hybrid as we would like, there is still an enormous amount of misinformation. And that's the part of the future that we still don't understand. So hybrid warfare and misinformation is critical. So with that, I will stop talking and turn it over to each of you to give me about 2 minutes about what you do and why it is important for the militaries. Well, actually, since we're quitting at 12:15, you can have 3 minutes. So we'll go, Ellery, we'll go first with you because I introduced you first.
Okay. Does that? Oh yeah, that works. Okay. Hi. So I'm Ellery. I come from Estonian Military Academy. And thank you for the great introduction. Well, yes, my research mainly focuses on the, most broadly said, on human factors or human factors. But I could break it up to 3 parts, basically. First of them would be very closely related to technology, which is basically you can have top-notch technology, but you always have a human standing behind it. And with advancing technology, we also have to think about the persons behind it, that we have to start thinking about maybe changing curriculum for developing future leaders, how to develop technology ethically, morally, legally, and how the leaders can make correct decisions, how they can work with the technology, that there is no technology without people. They develop them, they program them, and they work with them. And that is the first part of the human resources research. The second one I would bring up is the public opinion and the public acceptance. And it goes a bit further because we can also talk about technology here. If public accepts a new technologies, then it can have a huge way ahead. But if there is a resistance, if there is not understanding the AI is often anthropomorphized, often feared. There are Terminator scenarios going on. And if people fear, there is a lot of fear among them, then it can become fatal for new technologies. Not only in the military field, but in the civilian as well. You have probably heard about stop killer robots, right? So the public acceptance is also very important for future technologies and developing them. But public acceptance is also important for militaries and legitimizing them. Because if people trust military and armed forces, then they will have their support. And it's very important that the people would have the trust in their armed forces and they would support whatever militaries are doing to counter any attacks. And the third part I consider most passionate I'm probably about is the will to defend of people. And it's also because I'm from the eastern flank. And of course we feel the war in Ukraine, it's very close to us geographically and historically. And the will to defend, not will to fight, which is very important because for NATO, I think will to defend is also a more correct term because we are talking about defending ourselves. The will to defend goes a step further because we don't talk only about military and how ready we are by our competencies, by our technologies, but we also have to talk about the whole nation. Whether the total defense or comprehensive defense is the word, but are we as brave as Ukrainians are? I think is the most common question in Baltic states. Are we as innovative as we are, as already the previous speaker emphasized? Can we resist the same way? And well, to sum up, I think that human factors or human factors are like, or technology and human factors are like Lego bricks, that you can bring different technologies together and build Lego bricks to make a defensive structure. But the base on it is the human factors and the people underneath it. Because if you really want to win the war, then just break the will of people and you take the fundamental way and you can have the best technology you have. But if there's nobody to use it, then there's no point of it. So I think that
Thank
sums
you.
up.
That does, and thank you. Sven?
Oh, you have your own.
This works. This is a work? Yeah. Thank you as well for the very nice introduction. As you said, my name is Sven Binsbergen, although I've also been referred to as the laser dude yesterday. I'll come back to that in a moment. But I work at TNO in the Netherlands, and TNO does most of the research for our Ministry of Defense. And as the nickname suggests, I work a lot with high-energy lasers at this point. At TNO, we have a couple of pillars on high-energy laser systems that we try to do our research on. We have optical or atmospheric laser propagation, countermeasures, safety, and also laser material interaction. And these are 4 main topics that we try to focus all of our research around. And I try to be involved in all of them, but most of my time is spent on laser propagation and laser safety. And these are 2 things I think that also work very well towards the question, why is it important the work that you do? Because a laser weapon is just another piece of technology. It's a Lego brick in the entire system. And I think I agree. But the question is, a laser weapon can be a very nice system. It can be a very valuable addition to any weapon suite or group. But it's never something by its own. You need to know how to use it. You need to know when to use it and in what conditions. And that's also the thing that we're trying to do within TNO, but also in collaboration with all the NATO groups, to understand, to improve, and to inform. And to understand, first you need to know what is it we're working with, optical propagation through the atmosphere, what breaks up my laser beam, how can I make sure, or what's making sure that my laser beam still is effective at a certain range, what can an opponent do against it. And if we know these things, we can switch towards the improvement phase, where we say, okay, we know these are the limitations, these are the problems. Are there technological or other solutions to circumvent these limitations and to actually use it in more stressing conditions or all night, the entire year in good weather, in bad weather? And then in the end, I think the informing, also sharing this information with our military and telling them, hey, this is what you have as weapon systems, this is what you can use it for, but use it in the correct conditions, because otherwise it's going to be useless.
Okay, thank you very much, Sven. So, Joelle?
Thank you very much, Honorable Alan Shepard. Hello, everyone. Joelle Coutinho from Portuguese Air Force Research Center. So I do understand that we are sitting between you and your lunches, so I'll be quick on this one. As introduced, I'm in the military, so everything we do is focused on the military actions and improving the military technology. My area of expertise is in UAS, so unmanned aircraft systems, normally called drones. When I first started research on this 15 years ago actually, they were the main focus point of the development of air power. Now they are the main horses for the development and usage of all the underlying set of sensor suits. So the areas of expertise that we are working at the Portuguese Air Force involve things like artificial intelligence, sensors, lasers, energy weapons, standoff, counter UAS, GPS spoofing, HMI, human-machine interaction. So this way of working has pushed us forward into understanding all of these fields that I've just mentioned. So in a nutshell, we are improving, and we do believe that in this way, we are improving NATO, which is actually a political and alliance with an armed branch, improving its military, and we will always, within NATO and its allies and partners for peace, of course, work towards having a brighter future. We need to step up, though, because we are about 1 billion. Chinese have 40% more population and only one nation. So let's kick the tires and light the fires. Thank you very much.
Dominica, we have one more, but that was good. Speaking like an airman, that was good.
Good morning, bonjour. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. It's really an honor to be here and share my ideas with you. So when it comes to my research and what I do in my academic career, so I would say that there are 3 main areas. Some of it was already mentioned. So first of all, for the past more or less 3 years, I have been chairing the RTG group on future strategic environment assessments. which means that our ambition is to develop a handbook that could help practitioners to create their own foresight framework according to their own resources, needs, purpose of the foresight. It should provide recommendations, best practices on how to integrate foresight into strategic planning, how to conduct it, but also will deal with the question how to make it more actionable. So our objective is not to say what the future will be like, there are no crystal balls there, but especially to advise maybe some smaller states that do not have the expertise how to best do it. So that's the first area. Next, in addition to this, I'm also a member of a research team on resilience or building resilience of the Czech armed forces against hybrid interference. We try to find out what makes some military personnel less resilient against disinformation or misinformation, for example. And then our objective is to enhance resilience by, for example, reviewing education curricula, provide maybe some kind of training to military staff. And finally, my academic research also has been focused on the issue of counterterrorism, which is a topic that I have impression that maybe we don't talk about it that much today because, of course, there are other issues, but it doesn't mean that it disappeared. On the other hand, I believe that some terrorist groups might exploit the fact that we forgot about them, so I'm sure that this topic definitely will have its relevance in the future. So I was brief as I could.
No, listen, we are exactly 50 seconds early, so I will take the opportunity to say thank you very much. Colonel, we get the 45 extra seconds on the back end. I will ask everybody here to think about the broad areas that these young people are working in and come back from lunch and ask them questions that will show the depth of what they're thinking, because this is the future. And if we don't have a way to bring and integrate the older people and the younger people, and we just hand a problem off to them, we will fail. It's got to be a jointly developed solution. They're as much a part of the team as we all are. So go enjoy lunch and come back hungry for more answers and come back hungry to ask questions. So with that.
Thank you, sir.
Right on time.
Yeah, excellent job. I'm very proud of you. Please, if you would, be back from lunch at 13:30. It's now 12:15. For those of you who are going to the restaurant, don't forget to bring your tickets with you. Those were provided to you at registration. If you have a blue dot on your name tag, please just stay here and we'll have an escort take you to lunch. Other than that, enjoy. It's Le Buffet du Parc up at the top of the escalators and around the staircase. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? He's right there. We appreciate everybody's flexibility as we modified our schedule a little bit. As a reminder, would you please silence your cell phones? And without further ado, I'm going to turn it right back over to the Honorable Mr. Schaefer.
I'm going to sit down if that's okay. I have questions prepared. Can everybody hear me? This is a small enough room. I don't need to be amplified. I have questions prepared, but this isn't about what questions I have. What questions do you, the audience, have of these great young scientists, or what observations? I would say, what advice?
Sir, you need the mic for the camera.
Okay, shall I start doing some karaoke? So this is really about, it's really, I can't see anything. I feel like I'm in the police station again with the lights shining down on me. But I think I saw someone back there waving their arms. I have a series of questions, but it really isn't about what questions I have. This is about what questions do you have as kind of the NATO leadership structure, either about their research, about what they want to achieve, about how they see the future, any of the above. So do I have any questions? Yes.
First of all, thank you very much. You're great speakers, all four of you. The one question I have, what would you do to encourage more early career scientists into our activities?
Sven?
Thanks for the question. I think it's a very good one. I'm just going to look back at the way that I ended up here at NATO, because I think that was a very good method. I have a colleague who has been active at NATO for quite some time. When I was at TNO for about half a year, he said, hey, there's a trial and we need someone because the typical colleagues are indisposed of. And can you go there? And do you want to join us on this trial and meet new people, have fun doing the trial? And that was actually the first introduction for me to both international institutes, the collaboration we did. And after that, he also just kept allowing me to tag along in his SET group, introducing me as the expert on some topic I knew barely anything about. But that's the way that I rolled into NATO and also learned about the different groups, got to know the people, and I think that's that way, just taking people along and slowly letting them discover their own interests in these fields and joining them, their own groups. I think that's a very good start, because it might be a bit scary if you don't have anyone, or if you don't know anything about the organization. You think, yeah, it's NATO, it's the big group, and why should I be there? But if you have just a small push to start, I think that's a really good introduction, and from there it all goes quite smoothly.
So I think that's a great question, and Sven, thank you for the answer. I'm going to make it a harder question. And the harder question is, this is a very mature organization with a lot of physicists, engineers, and hard scientists. We've heard some people intimate today that the future is kind of a crossover between hard science and disinformation, information. I was fascinated with the Estonia viewpoint of understanding people's perceptions, especially when I think of Russia and the fact that Putin becomes even more popular after starting the war in Russia. So that's a different type of audience. So we have two people here who are more into the social sciences and information sciences. So I will ask you two ladies, how do we get more young people in non-standard physical technologies into the network? And do we need to think about creating another mechanism to think about social sciences?
Yeah, I can start about that. Well, I think that technology and social sciences are very often seen like two separate things. By technology people, by social scientists themselves. Well, actually, you can tie them very nicely together. You can see that social sciences or sociology is a very broad field. You can have military sociology, environmental sociology, family sociology, techno-sociology. And I think that techno-sociology actually is one of the future areas because of the man-on-man teaming that is coming up as more prevalent idea, and it's more and more common. So I think we have to start viewing things a bit differently, that they're not something different. We had a very nice cooperation actually with some ethical engineers lately on the topic of unmanned ground systems. And it was a very interesting discussion because we talked about humans as society and they talked about ethics and moral and what is morally acceptable and what is not. And the discussion was very, it was not conflicting, and these two fields are not conflicting. They can absolutely work together and give some new meaning. And I think that techno-sociology, for example, is one of the fields that brings really these two things together. And that would also be not only in the military sphere, because technology is all over in the civilian field as well. So it doesn't have to be only about the military, but bringing young people to the understanding that social science is not only about very soft things, that we don't not only have to talk about family sociology, but we can learn about technology. I have zero technological background, but I have learned about unmanned ground systems and unmanned aerial systems and so on to research the topic, because I have to know something about technology to research the relation between technology and society and humans and how they interact to each other. So that would be my answer, that we have to start thinking about things differently.
Thank you. Very good answer. Domenica?
Yes, so exactly. And I would add maybe to that in general, to maybe attract young people, young scientists to defense-related research, what I would suggest is to stress what makes this area different from research maybe in some civil universities, private universities, because there are really things that make this area quite unique. There are a lot of different opportunities. You deal with topics, with information that you will probably not get access to if you were doing some research at a different institution. So this is something that could be stressed, and maybe try to attract people who really want to contribute to national defense, to try to enter this area and do research for the benefits of nation, of the state. And well, I think that our participation in this symposium is one of the good examples. What are the opportunities if you work in this field?
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Now, another question? Hervé, I see you want to. By the way, Hervé led our efforts in doing our first major AI symposium back in Aquitaine 2018, because it was just before I left. I left Bordeaux, it was cold, and went to Oslo, and it was 37 degrees in June.
Did you enjoy the strike we had in Bordeaux at that time?
It seemed normal.
Okay. So I'm going to start by quoting William Gibson, because you are the future, and as we know, the future is already here, but it's not evenly distributed. So we are the future, but we being the Bordeaux guys with Bernard and stuff, to be advocating something that's really, I think, important, is the creation of a sixth domain. So Dale Redding was kind enough to put on one of his slides the sixth domain, which is a bit mysterious. And I can't agree more. I mean, NATO and the nations are, of course, convinced that there's no way you can win a war without going multi-domain. My position is that, yes, that's true, but guess what? You're missing the most important one, the sixth domain. Land, sea, air, cyberspace, that's great. That's necessary, of course, and Ukraine is here to remind us of that. But if you don't integrate what should be a given, human domain or cognitive domain, if you prefer, I mean, then you're bound to maybe win lots of battles, but at the end you're going to lose the war, like we all did, you know, in the previous war that we waged. So thank you very much for carrying the torch and making sure that these human considerations in about everything are taken at the right level. And to us, the right level is making it a full-fledged domain, so that it's really taken at the same seriousness level, and also asking all of the difficult questions. You know, one of these ugly acronyms that NATO is fond of, .mlfpi.
Yeah, just a few more letters.
Yeah, because, okay, yes, we all agree that human domain should exist. Now, how do you make it operational? You know, what are the sensors? How do you get it into the C2 at the tactical level, the strategic level? All of these are the subjects that you folks, the younger ones, should be, and we're happy to help you. And shameless plug, you should all read this. The first chapter takes place in Tallinn.
That means you may have to answer the question first, all right?
Yes, thank you. I think it's the sixth domain, and the human domain is indeed a a very important thing. It's as I said, I think it's a foundation for all the technological field, and I think it really supports how we think about technology, and it isn't something that these things should not compete. And
it's what you said.
Yes.
Every technology, in front of there's the human person with vulnerabilities and abilities. So
yeah. And we also have to think about how to, with the emerging technologies and the extended reality, we have to think about how to keep these people who are working with them psychologically healthy, that we don't break them in a way, you know. And that is the thing we have to think about, that should we start teaching people differently to work or to work with the machines, or to demand unmanned teaming, and how it actually cognitively affects them if they have some extended reality. Do they sleep at night, or do they feel that their arm is part of something else, that it's not their own? So these are also probably some of the future research areas.
Joelle, would you like to talk about this from a UAS perspective?
I don't think I have anything smart to say on the UAS perspective. Still, I see two connecting dots possibly, and I'll just launch what will be a motto for the future. So in the previous sessions, and trying to connect all the previous sessions that we've had from the director mentioning the importance of the EDTs. We've had Dr. Redding with the future, and now allow me to connect the possibility of the sixth dimension with the AI winter, because I do believe that if we focus on the sixth dimension, we will focus less on AI/ML, so machine learning, and we will use that, as you said it and you put it, we won't even notice that it's there, to focus on the sixth dimension. So maybe in the near future, we will focus on the sixth dimension while experiencing our AI winter that we just spoke about in the morning. That's my theory. Thank you.
Excellent. You guys good? Good. Okay. We have about 8 minutes left, and I have a final wrapping question, but do we have... Oh, we have all kinds of questions. Pavel, I'll get you next. We had someone over here. We have someone back there, too. This may be going into speed questioning.
Thank you. Is it working? Is it on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. This is just to illustrate how the technology does touch on subjects that are a little more down to the earth, like fuel. I'm the plans and policy of the SEPS, the Central Europe Pipeline System. And the criticality of that system is clear to support our forces. And we are very concerned currently to two aspects. One is cybersecurity, as you could have seen in the Colonial Pipeline in the US. We will be a target sooner or later. And sustainable aviation fuels. It's something that will happen sooner or later also. So we are trying to coordinate with STO and engage to see what we can do, and using a term from the morning, anticipate what needs to be done to be able to respond to these challenges, climate and cyber. So I wonder if you see any possibilities of discussing these subjects, essentially the sustainable aviation fuels, in one of your panels.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. So I would be answering, because might not have noticed before, that I am also the chair of the strategic committee at the Applied Vehicle Technologies panel, which is, well, the largest in terms of people and activities of the 7 panels within the STO. And we do have 2 exploratory teams working on sustainable aviation fuels. And I know for a fact that one of those teams has already stepped into a full activity, thanks to the CSO and to the director that pushed it forward 6 months ahead of time to make it a full-on activity for 3 years. So, and we have another exploratory team which ends by the end of this month, which will stem again on the research and development activity. So our invitation within the AVT and as a part of the AVT strategic committee, allow me to invite you, your colleagues, to attend to all of these meetings if you so wish, to be ahead of time and to predict what the future might look like in terms of sustainable aviation fuels. Thank you.
I'm going to do a very bad thing right now. I will note that the United States Department of Defense National Defense Strategy that just came out calls for a huge increase in resilience and energy to combat climate change. So I would ask our American brethren out there to take a look across your S&T portfolio and see what you can bring forward for ideas that might be also applicable to NATO. So that's just, I can do that because I'm American and because I'm old and I'm crass. But I really think it's important that we follow where our nations are going. Pavel, you have one, then I will cap with one. And I will apologize to anybody we didn't get. They will be here. Come and talk to them.
Just to frame my question, we are celebrating 70 years of the AGARD, RTO, STO. And that's looking at the different, you are the new guys at the model we have here for 70 years. You are coming with the new, fresh look at what we do and how we do it at STO, the model. The technical committees, the panels we call them, and the group technical committees are actually 20-year-olds, 24-year-olds. They were established in 1998. You find your place in those technical committees. You at ABT, you find it at SET, you find it as a SAS panel. From your perspective, it is okay, or should we look at the future of the STO and how we actually organize the work and reflecting the EDTs we are talking about? It's still correct from your young level perspective? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pavel. Trying to connect the dots here. Indeed, the panels, as we know it, are 24-year-olds, so quite young. One thing that we need to focus that, again, this is my theory, my perception, that Ukraine has taught us and showed us, is that we've seen on slide number 18 of Mr. Redding's slideshow that he had the EDTs on the left-hand side and the novel materials and other new technologies on the right-hand side. And I do not remember seeing energy independence. If we don't have energy as an alliance of 1 billion people, energy independence, we are, well, destined to fail. If we don't produce enough food, we are destined to fail for the further generation. If we do not bet on education, we are destined to fail. So these are the 3 EDTs that I'm launching now to the CSO. And I'd like to use probably my last 30 seconds of speech to salute the CSO and the STO for the 70th anniversary, stating that the role that the CSO, so the Collaborative Support Office, plays within the STO, again with the OCS as well, is cannot be underestimated. So I've experienced by heart an occasion where the restructuring within the CSO has caused basically the working of the 7 panels to halt. So allow me to address congratulations and a thank you also to the CSO and to the OCS for your staff and your executives and your administratives who have made everything that we do here possible. Thank you very much.
So we have about a minute left. I'm going to frame up one last question. You each get 10 seconds to answer it. One of the things that I was most pleased with during my tenure in Paris was my last spring, we organized a Tech Horizon scanning workshop. And it was attended by about 40 young scientists, and we let about 4 old scientists come in and play the role of mentors. Is it time to institutionalize that type of structure on a recurring basis? Because the younger generation sees the world differently than we do. and we had some very good insights out of that. So do we need to structure, by the way, it was Jackie Eaton and Tim Pavich who were guilty for it. Do we need to structure something that does a more periodic look cross-panel at technology horizon scanning? Dominica? You have 10 seconds to answer.
10 seconds. Wow. Well, I believe that like these cross-panel issues could be very, very useful because, yeah, we also had a little talk a while ago that there is really a lot of amazing works, there are a lot of amazing results and findings, but very often we don't really know about what the other groups do, and so something like that would go across various panels could definitely be of benefit. Yeah.
Thank you. Joelle?
Indeed. So as mentioned in the past, in the previous sessions, we do have noticed that these areas of activities and development are no longer segregated. So we have 7 panels, and applied vehicles technology doesn't work without sensors, doesn't work without AI, doesn't work with the communications, doesn't work alone. So my request to everyone in the room is, of course, to seek out more cross-panel collaboration and work between the executives and the panels. That'll be definitely a game changer within the STO. Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with the previous ones, but I would also like to say that in 10 years we will have millennials sitting in here, and they do not like very long obligations. And we do also have to consider that people do not stay in an organization anymore for 30 years. And how can we really come up with a solution that will be part of this changing society? Well, millennials will step up in 10 years, and how can we bring them in STO and really integrate them that maybe they will stay here more than 5 years and not switching between the jobs in every couple of months. So I think that it's a good idea and good solution to make it more interactionable and to have cross-panel things that will be a diversity that could bring the next generation as well to the organization.
I think I've heard 3 very good stories so far. Just to add a little bit to that, I think one of the core strengths of NATO and the research here is that we can combine the perspectives from all different kinds of people, different kinds of countries, cross-panel as has been stated. And for the 4 of us sitting here, I think also the age difference is a big one. So in order to speak in stereotypes, you need the young people with the crazy ideas and the old people with the experience. I think together we should be able to get quite far.
Thank you. Let's have a round of applause. Do we stay up here?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Oh. Hey, too fast.
Please join me over here with the slide. And again, thank you to the panel. You are the future. And then after listening to you, I'm more optimistic about the future than I was before. So that's something you should take to your heart and bring forward. And I look forward to your contribution to the network in the coming years. So with that, thank you. Thank you very much. And then, Al.
Yeah, one second.
Okay. Thank you very much for moderating. Thank you, my friend. And also for setting up this idea and bringing the attention in the STO on the young scientists. And I've learned that NASA, the aerospace organization, when they landed on the moon, the average age of the technical workforce was something like 30 years. And if you look at SpaceX today, it's about the same. So we have to, and the average age in our network is classified. But we have to work on them. That's why it's important. So thank you.
All right, it's with great pleasure that I now introduce our next session, which will provide national perspectives on visions for science and technology and current challenges that we face. This session will be moderated by Mr. Dale Redding, whom we've already heard from, so he needs no introduction. Please join me in welcoming him.
I would invite our two distinguished panelists to come up. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce both Jeff Singleton from the US and Emmanuel Shiva from France. If you just indulge with me just for a moment, I will provide their bibliographies, and then I will invite each in turn to come up and give 5 to 10 minutes worth of perspective, and then we will open the floor for questions. So with that, I will start with Jeffrey D. Singleton, Director for Technology, Office of the Assistant Secretary of the Army, Acquisition, Logistics, and Technology. Jeff Singleton is a member of the Senior Executive Service and currently serves as the Army's Director for Technology with oversight of the basic, applied, and advanced technology development research programs at Army laboratories and engineering centers, comprising programs at the Army's Future Command, the Army's Research Institute, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the Space and Missile Defense Technical Center, with a combined annual budget of approximately $2.5 billion. Mr. Singleton also represents the broader U.S. research and technology enterprise as the national principal member on the Nato S&T board. He began his career as a research engineer with the Department of the Army, specializing in the field of analytical and experimental rotorcraft, aeroelasticity, aeromechanics, dynamics, and structural mechanics. His extensive background in science and technology, investigation, and oversight spans more than 3 decades of fundamental research, advanced technology development, and acquisition. Mr. Singleton earned his Bachelor of Science degree in Aerospace Engineering from West Virginia University, where he graduated magna cum laude in 1984. He also earned a Master's of Science in Aerospace Engineering from the Georgia Institute of Technology in 1988, specializing in rotorcraft aeroelasticity. Mr. Singleton is a recipient of the Department of the Army Superior Civilian Service Award, the Army Research Laboratory Honorary Award for Leadership, and the American Helicopter Society International Award, Howard Hughes Award, as team leader for the Army NASA Bell Quad Tilt Rotor Aeroelastic Test Team, given in recognition of an outstanding improvement in fundamental helicopter technology. Mr. Singleton has authored more than 70 journal articles, scientific conference publications, and invited presentations. He is married to Paula Singleton and has 2 sons, Nathan and Hayden, and is a native of Charleston, West Virginia. I will invite Mr. Singleton to speak, and then Dr. Shiva, I will introduce you immediately after.
Dale, thank you very much, and thank you to John-Michel for hosting this event and the NATO Collaboration Support Office. I think it's very critical. So today I'm here not just representing the United States writ large, the science and technology enterprise writ large, but also Ms. Heidi Shue, the Honorable Heidi Shue, who is our Undersecretary for Research, Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering. She regrets that she could not be here in person with you, but she asked me to speak in her place. So thank you for that, and merci. Again, thank you to the NATO for hosting a great symposium celebrating 70 years of science and technology, and for the opportunity for me to share with you the U.S. science and technology vision and response to S&T challenges. Today, we face a critical moment to prepare for the future of warfare. That future of warfare is technology. For NATO to continue to be relevant, it must learn from the past, adapt to the present, and invest in the future of technology. China is investing in robotics, new energy vehicles, biotechnology, aerospace, and wants to become the world's primary innovation center for AI by 2030. Space is a contested domain today. According to an April 2022 Defense Intelligence Agency report, between 2019 and 2021, the combined operational space fleets of China and Russia have grown by approximately 70%. The bulk of that from China. I am here today to make sure we maximize our partnerships and information sharing to make sure that we jointly are technologically superior to those that threaten democracy and human rights around the world. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has amplified the criticality of increasing our collaboration with allies and partners to deter aggression, strengthen our technological superiority, and maintain our military advantage. This is of particular importance to the NATO science and technology community, incentivizing us to think how we can get our technologies to our warfighters faster, transitioning from a project to a program of record that leads to capabilities, the most critical aspect. Our strategic competitors have been investing heavily in developing capabilities in many technology areas, including hypersonics, space, nuclear, cyber, and AI. There is greater access today than ever before to commercially available state-of-the-art technologies, such as microelectronics and unmanned aerial systems. We cannot afford a leveling of the technological advantage. This is why our combined efforts in the NATO Science and Technology Organization are so important. As you know, the United States has been heavily involved, indeed invested, in the NATO STO for many years. Of the over 5,000 researchers in the alliance, the US participants number more than 1,000. And as I like to always point out, they come from not only the Department of Defense and the military services, but from across the US government, industry, and academia. That is why I always say, as I am the US principal voting member to the NATO Science and Technology Board, that I represent the United States. As the department's chief technology, Ms. Xu, has sought to strengthen and promote the defense and science technology as well as innovation within DoD by implementing numerous programs that encourage prototyping and joint experimentation. The department supports NATO's efforts to leverage centers of innovation to meet NATO's operational requirements. NATO's Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, DIANA, seeks to accelerate the development of solutions for dual use and emerging and disruptive technologies and challenges through innovation. DIANA's focus on multi-sector participation will shine light on small startups, mid-sized companies, and academic institutions that otherwise lack the exposure needed to gain recognition on a national or international level. This will strengthen both NATO and the US innovation communities, providing the best and the brightest scientists and engineers with a platform to showcase their talent. Another initiative that the Department of Defense supports is called the Rapid Defense Experimentation Reserve, or RADER for short. RADER is a continuous campaign of joint experimentation. Again, Ms. Xu's office took a scenario of interest by the Secretary of Defense and worked very closely with our joint staff and combatant commanders to figure out how to close the joint warfighting capabilities gaps. The first sprint for RADER will be conducted in FY23. For that sprint, in a 5-week period, and I was part of this effort, directly part of this effort, we reviewed more than 200 white papers, again within 5 weeks. Those are ideas that came from across our services, across our S&T community. The research and engineering team assessed all those ideas within the white papers, prioritized them in order of joint capability gaps, and recommended the top 32 projects for funding. Ms. Xu met with all the services, again with the joint staff combatant commanders, the vice chairman of our joint chiefs of staff, and the deputy secretary of defense, and provided those recommendations, and received a thumbs up across the board to actually fund those, again, asking Congress for funding to begin in FY23. This is the very first time that the Department of Defense is focusing on joint capabilities instead of service-specific capabilities. And it is incredibly important as we do not fight as services, but we fight jointly, and we fight jointly with our international partners. R&E is planning to conduct 2 more of these sprints starting in FY24, just in the same way we conducted the first sprint. And the second sprint, we will open it up to industry and across the entire DoD research and engineering enterprise. I just want to note that out of the first 32 projects that are expected to be funded, pending congressional approval, 3 of them are with our allies and partners. That speaks very strongly of the importance of combined efforts. In addition to looking for innovation, we recognize the need for our laboratory and test infrastructure, because we know that we're going to need additional funding to make sure that our infrastructure is aligned with our strategy that is moving ahead. We are also engaging with venture capital firms to better communicate our desires and understand their perspective. We can leverage the power of partnerships and accelerating technology development by working with allies, our allies and partner nations. And the goal is to accelerate the ability of our collective science and technology communities to innovate, experiment, and transition capabilities together much faster. We're seeking to understand areas of mutual interest in initiating joint research and development activities with other partner nations as well. Our asymmetrical advantage is to share our mutual insights, collectively accelerating the development of joint capabilities. Recently, as noted, Honorable Xu laid out our strategic vision and critical priorities. These 14 critical technology areas have been divided along 3 major categories. These categories encompass those areas that are emergent, potentially breakthrough technologies. The second area is those areas that are where there is effective commercial adoption. And the last category is those that are defense-specific in nature. Examples of the emerging technologies include biotechnologies that can increase sensing and avoid surprises of infectious diseases, also reduce logistics burden and sustainment costs in a contested fight. For example, last year in Guam, using biotechnology, DARPA took water and sand, and in 48 hours was able to create a helicopter landing pad. Exactly what we need in a contested fight. Quantum science that can provide much more precise precision, navigation, and timing, as well as quantum computers. Advanced materials that are stronger, lighter, and afford better protection for our armored platforms. And we are also starting to focus on future generation wireless technologies. Not 6G, not 7G, but next G. Again, we can shape the future standards and develop enhanced interoperability. The second category I mentioned is where the commercial sector actually leads, and there's a vibrant commercial sector, but we need to leverage that. Trusted AI and autonomy and autonomous systems is one area of that. Integrated network systems of systems to enable targeting and tracking and acquisition by inter-sensor and engagement by inter-shooter. A more hybrid, more proliferated space technology to enable resilient cross-domain operations. Renewable energy and generation and storage. As Honorable Schaefer just mentioned, that the department is absolutely looking at how we can actually address renewable energy and storage considerations to decrease warfighter vulnerability and deliver new operational capabilities for DoD. Advanced computing and software technologies. It's almost ubiquitous, supercomputing, cloud computing, data storage, computer architectures. We must leverage the best commercial processes into our software processes within DoD. 70% of our microelectronics come from Asia, which poses a significant supply chain risk, which we have been experiencing for the last 2 years. Our Congress is very interested in helping our microelectronics industry to reshore our microelectronics foundries to better protect our supply chain. As we saw from the young scientists too, it's not just the hard sciences, but the social sciences as well. Ease of use of human-machine interface is critical to reducing training for our warfighters and users, understanding when they're getting into cognitive overload, as well as understanding other cultures and how different folks bring biases or their own cultures. So we can improve warfighter performance by understanding that area as well. Finally, the third category focuses on defense-specific areas. Directed energy. Directed energy has finally matured to the point where we're starting to field systems, and they are a critical part of our layered defense strategy. Hypersonic missiles have the ability to dramatically shorten the flight time and provide extremely high maneuvers in the terminal phase of flight, and they are very difficult to counter. So we're trying to develop leap-ahead technologies for our operational forces. The last technology area is the integrated sensing and cyber into a single system. We're trying to develop and must develop wideband sensors to operate at the intersection of cyberspace, electronic warfare, radar, and communications to enable operation in a highly contested environment. And we're moving out forwardly aggressively in this area. In closing, we can collectively leverage the power of partnership in accelerating technological research and development by working collaboratively together. We have a tremendous opportunity and an urgent need to align our priorities as Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine demonstrates. We are far stronger if we work together. Now I want to go a little bit beyond what Ms. Xu actually wrote for me and pull 2 threads from this morning. You know, there's a history discussion to be learned here. And I am fortunate to have an opportunity to speak to many university students, high school students. As an engineer, I recognize that I didn't learn enough history in school. So we have to bring that next generation in. And how do we do that? We have to do a better job of promoting the fact that in defense industries, we have really hard science and engineering problems to solve. That's what brought me into the government system. That's what will bring our next generation into the next system, into the system as well, even if it's only for 5 years. It's also, as Dr. Coutinho pointed out, we have 70 years of S&T in history with NATO. It's incredibly incumbent on us to recognize that and to build on that foundation, because it's extremely critical to us moving forward. And understanding that impact is incredibly important. And then the last thing I want to pull is something Dale mentioned this morning too. We all have emerging and disruptive technology areas. In the US, we have our own critical technologies list, 14 of them, as she pointed out. What I always look for, there are so many similarities between them. I look for the what are we missing? And Dale alluded to it this morning, right? What I think is missing is the unexpected convergence of these research areas. For example, quantum computing, quantum simulation will allow us to analyze biotechnology and synthetic biotechnology to advance and create novel materials assembled at the nanoscale to create nano devices. How is that going to impact our future? And how can we avoid that technology surprise? So with that, thank you very much. I do appreciate the opportunity to come talk to you today.
It is now my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Emmanuel Shiva, Director de l'Agence de l'Innovation de Défense. Emmanuel Shiva has been appointed Director of the Defense Innovation Agency effective September 1st, 2018. He is a member of the Directorate General of the Armaments Executive Committee. A graduate of the École Normale Supérieure, Emmanuel Shiva holds a doctorate in biomathematics with a specialization in artificial intelligence and in the field of complex systems and biomimicry. Age 52, Emmanuel Shiva has worked for more than 20 years in the fields of artificial intelligence and military simulation in several companies. In total, Emmanuel Shiva led 13 startups before joining the French Ministry of the Armed Forces. As head of the Defense Innovation Agency, he has leveraged his experience in the world of entrepreneurship and startups to implement an open innovation approach towards the civilian innovation ecosystem, creating a one-stop shop and a project-oriented organization serving defense innovation. He created the Ministry of the Armed Forces Defense Innovation Fund, endowed with 200 million euros, and aimed to take stakes in innovation and dual-use companies in the development phase. He also imagined and created the Red Team program, an experiment bringing together science fiction authors and scriptwriters to imagine futures and anticipate strategic surprise. In 2019, the Minister of the Armed Forces awarded him the insignia of Knight of the National Order of the Legion of Honor. Dr. Shiva, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I will begin by saying happy birthday and good luck. The happy birthday is for you. Good luck is for me, because I know what it is to speak after lunch and trying to sleep in a room when somebody is making noise. Anyway, so I'm deeply convinced that the performance of defense innovation relies on the existence of a global ecosystem, of a community that reflects on the challenges and opportunities that are posed by disruptive technologies. So thank you very much for having invited me here. It's a real opportunity to remind us that a solid and dynamic innovation policy is the key for the preparation of future conflicts in all their forms and in international contexts in permanent evolution. I won't get back very long on the current situation, the fact that we see the return of the power states, the fact that we knew sea, air, land, now we see space and seabed as possible battlefields, and other fields of confrontation such as informational warfare, cyber warfare, or cognitive warfare, and we'll get back to that. We see also the coexistence of high intensity and asymmetric warfare. And in France, the Chief of Staff published a vision in which he says that we went from the classical triptych, that is peace, crisis, war, to competition, contestation, confrontation, which is not neutral, by the way, because you see that the word peace has disappeared. So we, at the same time, witness an evolution in terms of defense innovation and civilian innovation. I don't know if you remember, but 20 or 25 years ago, communicating on the battlefield was the privilege of the military. Sending objects into space was reserved for states or state companies. So now we are challenged in those domains, and we are challenged by actors which financial surface is greater than some states' surface. The R&D budget of a company like Alphabet or Huawei is around $21 billion a year. The budget defense of a country like Israel is 17. So that gives a view on the world that we are living in today. So innovation is not an option, it's a never-ending effort. We must absolutely remain on the edge, and this is why France has decided to engage into a very dynamic innovation policy. So, sorry, I don't see anything because of the lights, so I understand your remark here. I feel like I'm a suspect somewhere. So the role of the French Defense Innovation Agency is to provide orientation, provide guidance, act as a control tower or orchestra conductor for innovation, and also to go on to see the civilian world, civilian ecosystem, and try to adapt, both in terms of technological maturity and user maturity, innovation that comes from the civilian sector. So in this context, we have €1 billion per year to conduct this innovation policy, which is a significant improvement because in 2017, before the actual military programming law, it was 700 million per year. So it's quite a drastic increase. And in this context, the agency is conducting several significant projects and major strengthening strategies around high-interest transverse technology issues. So I will give you some example. First one is about the enhanced soldier, the improved human. We must, and it has been said, work for the improvement of the soldier. The human is at the heart of every conflict. And we work on several types of enhancements. First of all, to regenerate. Regenerative medicine to repair war injuries is one of our main priorities, should be a main priority for innovation. To give you an example, we recently presented a project where we use 3D printing to be able to print skin and cartilage directly on a soldier that suffers severe burns, which is something that we must focus on because the severe burns, that means 70% of the body, is 10% of our casualties. But it's 0.1% in the general population. So if we don't do it, nobody will. Enhanced soldier is also about, augmented reality, brain-computer interfaces, non-invasive brain-computer interfaces, cognitive monitoring. But you need to be cautious, so France has decided to create, and I think it's the only European country which has done so, a national defense ethics committee to make sure that we don't cross any ethical red lines. Second area is obviously robotics, cooperative, collaborative combat, what we could say the cybernetic teammate, that is the complementary capabilities of the operational staff, operational user, and robots to contribute to operational superiority. So the idea is to encourage technological developments in the field of artificial intelligence, environmental understanding, multi-sensor fusion, cognitive sensors, and to improve the autonomy of systems to allow a real mix of human and robots, autonomous system within an operation unit. We actually send some robots in operation in the Sahel region to see how they could cooperate with human soldiers. And it's always very very interesting to organize real-world experiments. We recently organized a challenge called COHOMA for human machine. It's a French acronym for human and robot cooperation. And the idea was to see how we could, in an unstructured environment, cooperate between human and robots. And just as an anecdote, because I come back from Orleans, there was a demonstration of this challenge by the French Special Forces, and they use, you know, those dog-like robots. Not the one from Boston Dynamics, another one, because this one is expensive, to see how it could be used in operation. And actually they did this on a farm, and there was a real dog who began barking, really barking. And he was barking not because the thing resembled a robot, but also because he uses ultrasounds to be able to identify its environment, which is very important for us, because it's, if you use it in the real world and you have in operational units with dogs, this will have the same effect. So it's really important to put things in situation and see what happens really when you mix human with robots or dogs. Third one is technological perception. I would say God's view versus invisibility. The enhanced human of the cybernetic teammate must be able to evolve in an environment they control. And this advantage concerns technological perception and the ability to see better while being seen less. So we work on intelligence sensors, of course, with embedded artificial intelligence capability to be able to process locally the information without having too much of a need in terms of bandwidth. But also to have real invisibility cloaks. So we're working on meta-surface, metamaterials, very low TRL, deep tech, but also multi-spectrum stealth for armored vehicles. And we have two projects. One is called Camille, the other Salamander, to mature technologies in those areas. Defense innovation is also about aggression. It's also about fighting. We should not forget that. We talk a lot about digitalization, but we should talk also about weapons. So the electromagnetic weapons, the ray guns, that could be able to stop hypervelocity threats are obviously a major issue for us. But as well, we're working on directed energy weapons. This is one of our national priorities, especially to counter UAVs. And we have, I don't know if some of you will be able to come to the Eurosatory show, which takes place this whole week, but we show an experiment and the result of an experiment using laser technologies to counter small drones, neutralize some small drones, and I can assure you that after that they work a little less well. And then there is cognitive warfare. I'm not saying that because it has been described during the previous sessions, but I really think it's a threat to our democracies. And actually, I think with that adversarial attempts to manipulate human behavior will constitute a major challenge. And it goes beyond simply controlling the flow of information. It's about how we can influence, change not only what people think, but what they feel and on how they act. So we launched a new project called Myriad, which is obviously classified, to examine how we can counter those threats in terms of controlling emotions, controlling the smell, controlling perceptions, controlling cognition. And then we have to make sure that we use artificial intelligence to detect and counter, for example, information manipulation. But if you want to use AI to detect such a scheme, you need to be able to trust the AI you use. So there are major changes in trustworthy AI, in also explainable AI. We don't want any black boxes, but also we want to be able to learn with a few amount of data, so frugal AI is also a challenge. And this is, by the way, something that we discuss with the French research, between the French research and innovation agencies and the US agencies such as DIU or DARPA. And then there is the intellectual agility. To perform in innovation is to have a specific mindset. Hence, what you describe, the Red Team project, that is a project that brings together sci-fi authors, writers, drawers, actually, artists, to be able to imagine the world in 2060. See what could be the threats at our capability horizon in 2030, and then get back today and ask ourselves the question, what can I do to prevent this from happening? We already did 2 seasons of this experiment. The third one will be unveiled next week. There is a classified version of the scenarios and an open version. So it will be unveiled the 23rd of June in just 1 week. And actually, the Myriad project, the cognitive Wi-Fi project, comes from a scenario, a very scary scenario of the Red Team authors. We asked the Red Team to be able to make sure that we don't sleep at night. I can assure you that they do their job very well. Now, to conclude, beyond defining priorities in terms of disruptive technologies, we must also generate a strategic advantage elsewhere through the ability to capture open innovation, to incorporate them into very complex systems that take years and decades to mature, thanks to duality. But remember that duality is an opportunity, it's also a threat, because innovation becomes available to everybody, including our opponents. And we need to implement flexible modes of action that allow us to integrate innovation with a high degree of reactivity. And I'm talking also about what innovation can we do in terms of purchasing, administration, which are not technological breaks, but can act as breaks for the diffusion and acceleration of defense innovation. So the challenge is to shorten technological maturation cycle, to accelerate the integration of innovation into armament programs. If we wait for the maturity of the disruptive innovation that we discussed today, before integrating them, we will have to wait about 10 years. So we need to make room for innovations and technologies that we don't know, to make sure that we can integrate them into armament programs that take 30 years. And this is a real challenge. So we must learn from the past, we will learn from the current crisis in Ukraine, but we also need to be cautious. We should not sacrifice preparation of the future to the emergency of the current situation that we know today. So it's very important not to overreact, hence the importance of structures such as the STO to make sure that we continue investing in the future. Thank you.
We'll now move on to the questions. I have one question to kick things off, and then we will open it up for questions from the audience. Hopefully, we'll have some interesting, challenging questions here. So my first question is really to both of you. In your opinion, and we've talked a lot about EDTs, large sets of them, but in your opinion, what are the 3 most critical technology or scientific areas that we must get right if the US, France, and NATO writ large are to maintain that technological edge that we talk about? And if you could, in your answer, could you sort of look at it from a 5-year perspective and then a 20-year perspective?
Well, I could go for the easy answer that they're all important. However, I really want to break this down in 2 different ways of looking at it. First, if you look at individual disciplines, as a researcher, I have my own personal favorites. Everybody will. But what scares me most, again, is I pulled the thread this morning. Biotechnology, synthetic biotechnology, which you can develop processes at ambient conditions. So almost anyone can do them in their garages. So in the near term, that could be very dangerous. Even in the long term, what we might develop. Quantum sciences, I think, has tremendous aspect and is truly critical to me, as well as material science. I think fundamental material science underpins everything. The other way of looking at this is again, how Monsieur has categorized it. There will be emergent technologies which we must invest in, but the defense sciences and our defense community must really invest in those. There's the middle category where we must leverage the vibrant commercial sector for what they're doing, particularly in the areas of software and cyber, because the spin cycle for what can be developed is so fast and relatively inexpensive that can go fast, and how do we keep up with that? And then the third category is defense specific. So again, in the 5-year, in that perspective, within 5 years, we will certainly have to, and we are fielding certain things in directed energy as well as hypersonics that will need to come to bear. Those will also play again 30 years from now, 20 years from now as well. What is the next generation for hypersonic flight capability and maneuverability? Where in the world will we be with future G and communications technologies, from undersea to land to air to space to in 30 years to the moon or Mars, and how does that play into maybe more so an economic presence around the world or around the solar system? Those are kind of my thoughts on that area. Emmanuel?
Well, I don't know if I will answer your question, because I don't know if it's 3 critical technologies or more of the way they can be mixed together in a disruptive manner. But I will try to answer. For me, short term is about robotics and swarming and UAVs, and how we can neutralize that. And if I talk about UAVs, not only the UAVs, the control stations, the batteries, the autonomy, it's the data link, it's the armament. So it's a real challenge, and we see on the battlefields today that the use of derived UAVs from the civilian world is something that is very concerning. For me, the most critical in terms of sovereignty and threat to the democracy today, the most critical technologies and area that we must master is cognitive warfare. I really think so. I really think it's something you can learn also for the current situation. At the beginning of the Ukraine invasion, we had a combination of a cyber attack on the TV networks and the diffusion of a broadcasting of a deepfake of Zelensky asking to let down the arms. So this is something that will affect us in every domain, and mixes AI, biology, psychology. We should not oppose hard sciences and soft sciences. I mean, today we need the combination of all we know in the comprehension of the human environment to be able to be effective in this field. And if I look at 20 years, I still try to answer your question. 20 years, I will say that quantum technology is a real disruption. AI is not a real disruption. The real disruption is that it works. Quantum technology, there will be a before and an after in the field of quantum sensing, obviously, which is something very specific for defense, but also in the field of the quantum computer. You know that there is a Chinese Manhattan project that the philosophy of which is store now, decrypt later. So the day a superpower will have a quantum computer, not only will be able to decrypt a massive amount of information, but he won't tell it. And that's a real threat. So we need to accelerate on those technologies, I think.
Thank you for that response. What I'd like to do is open the floor up now for questions from the audience. So please, we have a question over here.
Thank you very much. My name is Rudy Bream. I'm the chairman of the NATO Industrial Advisory Group, the NIAC. Yeah, first of all, happy anniversary as well for the 70th anniversary of the S&T community within NATO. NIAC is only 55 years old next year, so we are much younger. But even within the NIAC, we are looking for young people. So if you want to join the NIAC community, we welcome as well. I heard Diana. So, and we're going to talk about Diana later on as well, probably. But looking at, because I heard numbers from Dr. Shiva, like what's Huawei and Google, what they are spending, what DARPA is spending. And then we look at Diana with challenges and some money that will go to startups and small and medium-sized enterprises. Some people are wondering, will that money be enough? Because the output of Diana will be based on input, and it's not only humans, startup, it's money. So my first question would be to both, will there be enough money in those first 3 phases, because it's paid by the 30 allies? My second question and last question is, then there's the Innovation Fund. I heard that 21 nations so far signed the letter of intent, and I heard that France and the US so far didn't sign the letter of intent. So I was just wondering, will they join later on, or is there a reason why they didn't join yet? Thank you.
Now US is bigger, so go first.
Well, I'm going to dodge, basically. The policy questions are above my head. Will we join or when will we join? I don't know. But let me get after your point. Is there enough money in innovation and reaching out to the smaller communities? I think that's a problem for all of us, our partner nations and allies as well. And so every avenue that we can use to reach out to the community is good. So while I'm not going to, is it enough money? I don't know, but it's more money. Right? In the U.S., we have, and particularly under the new administration, we have taken significant steps to increase our outreach to the entrepreneurial community, small businesses. We're reinvigorating our small business innovative research program. We're hoping Congress will reauthorize it soon because it's set to expire at the end of this fiscal year. But is it enough money? I don't know, but at least it's more money that's going into it. And I think that's critically important because we must reach out to these communities and keep it going.
Well, the question you ask about money, people ask me the same question for France. Say, okay, you're happy because 1 billion euros is a round figure. Yeah, 2 billion euros is also a round figure. So yes, it's already regarding Diana. It's good that this initiative takes place. In terms of competition, I would say it's complete, not compete. So it's obviously a complementary initiative with respect to European initiatives, and we discussed that in Brussels like 2 months ago. So it's a good opportunity. Said that US and France actually didn't respond, but we responded with proposals last week to give you some first information. And let me remind you that the vote on Diana was unanimous, so there's no question about whether it's interesting or not.
Any further questions? Well, with no further questions, I'll ask one more, actually. Was there one over? Was there a question over there? Oh, my apologies. You're not on my line of sight.
Yeah, well, you did mention that you weren't seeing much, so sorry, I'm in your blind spot. Since you mentioned budgets, and we're living in a very unique macroeconomic environment, I wonder if, and we do have seniority and high decision makers in the room, so I'm just going to launch a question that is directed to, we have Diana, we have budget within the EU also for the EDA, which covers even the budget of Diana. We have a new budget for defense coming into play, and then we have the ECB and the Fed and all the banks cutting all the funding, increasing interest rates. Companies are going to basically have lower access to fresh money, and they will be supporting on their own debts. So I wonder if this will have a backlash on the money, on the funding that is being supported for Diana, and then if along the way, in 3 years' time, if we have enough budget power to address the elephant in the room, which is the technology development that NATO and the allies need to push forward in the coming years. Thank you.
I'll start, but I'll answer from a U.S. perspective. Both the previous administration and this administration actually have increased defense spending, particularly in research and engineering, more so in the program of record side, actually buying and modernizing equipment. The research and engineering, the S&T budgets have been relatively stable. I don't see them going down, but we are going to be overtaken by inflation. And until that changes, I don't know, is it a real increase or not? And everybody's going to have to answer that question. Yes, the money going into research and technology is increasing, but is it commensurate? So, and I don't think anyone really knows the answer to that question yet.
Well, it's very difficult to answer your question because I don't know how it will evolve. And by the way, one comment you say that due to the increase in funding, companies will have more access. Now, there is still a problem with the financing of defense-related activity by banks. And there are some people in Europe and elsewhere that are willing to put into place some kind of a taxonomy that would prevent companies and startups to leverage money when they try to develop a program or a project related to defense. And the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, Monday, during the inauguration of the Eurosatory trade show, made a good comment on that. So we will be very, very cautious not to let this kind of lobbying consider that the financing of defense is the same as the financing of pornography. Because it is the case right now in terms of what I can tell you, there is a real will to increase budgets related to defense R&D and science. I'm speaking for France. I don't see any hidden effect or backlash in the next 5 to 10 years. It's a matter of global security for all of us, all allies. France is willing to take its parts. So no, I don't think any backlash soon. Maybe I will be mistaken. I can tell you that at least in the next 5 years, it won't take place.
Well, thank you very much. Please join me in, again, another round of applause.
Please join me over here. Thank you.
Thank you, both of you, for sharing your thoughts with us today. Also, I would like to use this opportunity to thank, you mentioned the 1,000 scientists the US put in the network. We are very grateful for that. France is also one of the greatest contributors, also very important. I would, however, give a challenge. Estonia is the nation with the most scientists and engineers in our network compared to their defense budget. So the challenge would be for France to be equal to Estonia. You need something like 5,000 or 6,000 extra into our network already. And for the US, it would be 35,000. So that's why the challenge is given. Thank you again.
Thank you, everyone. The coffee is brewing, so we're tracking to have our next break on time. We did have, unfortunately, one of our speakers drop out due to COVID, so we're going to compress the next session a little bit. But building upon that last session, we're now going to hone in on the innovation environment, and this session will be moderated by Ms. Jackie Eaton. Ms. Eaton is the principal analyst at the NATO Joint Analysis and Lessons Learned Center in Portugal. She is responsible for the provision of analytic advice to the military on the adaptation and transformation of the alliance, based on lessons learned from NATO entities, nations, and other organizations. Ms. Eaton has worked for NATO for 16 years, including 2 years as the scientific advisor to the NATO chief scientist at the NATO headquarters in Brussels. Prior to joining NATO, Ms. Eaton was a defense analyst at the UK Defense Science and Technology Organization. Ms. Eaton's research interests are focused on social psychology, cognition, organizational learning, and the decision sciences. Welcome, Ms. Eaton.
Thank you, and it is my great pleasure to invite my two panelists for this session up to the stage now. I have David Van Wiel and Francois Chopard. Please join me here. So, good afternoon and welcome everyone to the fifth session of the day. This is the panel on innovation environment. And as I said, it's my pleasure here to have with me two panelists today, David Van Wiel and Francois Chopard. I will just take a second to introduce my panelists, and then we'll launch straight into their opportunity to talk to you about their background and their programs. And then we will open for questions in the same format that we did on the previous one. So first with David, he's NATO's Assistant Secretary General for Emerging Security Challenges. He is the NATO Secretary General's primary advisor on emerging security challenges and their implications for the security of the alliance, and a member of the Secretary General's senior management team. Prior to joining NATO, he was Foreign Policy and Defence Advisor for the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, and he began his career in the Dutch Navy. Francois is the founder and CEO of Starburst Aerospace, Accelerator. He founded Starburst in 2012 as the first incubator and accelerator dedicated to aerospace startups. Starburst is one of the most prolific in number of startups it invests in, and Francois has over 20 years of experience in strategy consulting, entrepreneurship, and business development. Thank you both for joining us here today. As I said, each of our panelists will now open with a few minutes of presenting themselves, their backgrounds, and their portfolio, and some ideas to kind of start us off with the panel discussion, and then we'll launch into the question time. And so if I could pass the floor to you, please, David. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. So thank you for the invitation, John-Mikal, and it's really a pleasure to be here at such an important stakeholder within the NATO enterprise when it comes down to all the innovation initiatives that we have going on in NATO right now. So as mentioned, I'm the Assistant Secretary General for Emerging Security Challenges. I really hate that title. It sounds like I'm dealing with stuff that's not here yet or not relevant yet. And that as soon as it becomes relevant, it goes over to somebody else. So kind of a think tank idea. That's definitely not the way I view the portfolio that I'm responsible for in NATO. It encompasses counterterrorism, cyber, climate change, energy security, innovation, and the Science for Peace and Security program, amongst other topics. And you would agree with me, especially in this crowd, that all of these topics are very much emerged here with us today, and even in the conflict in Ukraine now, which to some extent is a classic conventional conflict, we see that all these elements from cyber to disinformation to the use of innovation or the misuse of innovation are playing a large role. So basically the goal that I set myself in coming into this job was how can we make these non-hardcore military topics more mainstream into the alliance, because they are the mainstream of the security that all our citizens experience. Whether it's cyber, whether it's climate change, energy security, now recently a very relevant topic again. These are all the security challenges that our populations face. And as a security alliance, NATO needs to find an answer to that. Now today I'll focus just very shortly on what that means in the field of innovation and what we're trying to do there. And the name of Diana and the NATO Innovation Fund has already fallen here, and of course I applaud that because I just realized that exactly 1 year ago we had the NATO Summit where the leaders agreed on establishing the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic and the NATO Innovation Fund. Without being melancholic, looking back at the last 365 days, I think we've made a lot of concrete steps towards realizing those what were then just great abstract ideas. The idea behind Diana is that in order to maintain our technological edge, we can no longer rely on the luxury that we had in the 1970s and 80s, where we had large government-run R&D programs which produced for the military the cutting-edge new technologies, which then maybe got a commercial spin-off. And as a naval officer by background, I remember the days of the GPS P code and Y codes when we had more accurate GPS signals in the military than was available due to selective availability to the public. And a lot of great inventions started out in that way. It gave the government total control of new technologies. It gave the government a leading edge when it came down to understanding these technologies, implementing them, but also regulating them, which of course is very important also nowadays when we look at new technologies like AI. That luxury is gone, and it's starting to show. It's starting to show in the field. In a day and age where a large logistic company is able to deliver stuff to me wherever I am with drones, and let me pay for that delivery by collecting whatever it was that I ordered. The military largely still runs their logistics in a battlefield with 10-ton diesel-electric trucks based on Excel spreadsheets. And we're seeing the vulnerability of that kind of running behind in implementing technology. We're seeing it now, fortunately, on the Russian side, with the vulnerability of their fuel convoys, with the large mistakes they made in their logistical chain. But it's not just autonomy and logistics, it's across the board. It's partly because we disinvested in R&D, and I remember that being a young civil servant in the MOD, that when we had to downsize the peace dividend after the Cold War, the first thing we cut down on were the R&D budgets. Why? Because we wanted to keep our acquisition programs going, we wanted to keep our personnel in, we wanted to keep our legacy systems as much as we could. It hurt us in the long run. We all realized that, but it really did. Another reason that we're finding that we're losing this connection is because a lot of the innovation now is coming out of the private sector, and it's coming out of the private sector because it's commercially driven, but also because it's coming not out of large established corporations per se. No, it's happening in that startup community. The new EDTs that we're seeing, they mostly rise around academia in the startup communities before they grow big and become disruptive. And just to give you an example, nowadays most of you will use, when you pay with your mobile phone, the software of Adyen, which was a Dutch startup only 10 years ago. I remember, I know one of the founders of Adyen, and they were desperate because they knew they had a great technology in providing electronic banking, but there was not an established bank in the world that was willing to take their product on board. They didn't see the opportunity. They didn't see the disruptive nature of what that technology could bring. So there's a lot of misunderstanding between the worlds of government and large established corporation and innovators. A second reason. The third reason, and it was already mentioned, is the name that the defense industry has with this innovation community. And I sometimes equal it to the tobacco industry. Working for Nato is almost as bad as working for Philip Morris. That's a problem. I've sat on panels where a Ivy League professor could say in 2 sentences, it's a good thing they have the social credit system in China because they had a big problem with jaywalking in Beijing. And then after that hilarious sentence, he managed to say, and I'm really worried that NATO is going to venture into AI. So in those communities where our students are being educated, they're being told that working for Huawei on facial recognition software is not that bad, but working for NATO is. That's strange. And then lastly, what is a reason for this gap? It's the unknown of what the defense world actually needs. And there I can give a very concrete example of a startup working on GPS independent precision navigation. based on the Earth's magnetic field, now having it down to around a square meter precision, which is great. The reason he came up with that technology is that he read that a large supermarket had a problem in their warehouses in having their autonomous vehicles run because of a lack of GPS reception under the tin roof. At the same time, all of you here know that he solved one of the biggest military challenges. How can we operate in a GPS-denied environment? He never knew that that was military relevant. On the other side, we often don't know in our world what is out there in new technologies. So we have to bridge that gap. And Diana, and I'll be very short about that because most of you will have heard about it, is designed just to do that. To make use of the best innovation ecosystems in the world that are still in allied countries, but then make use of it for dual-use technologies so that we can become early adapters again, so that we can early identify new technologies to actual military problems. And that requires an agile way of operating. We cannot work on a basis of requirements because we probably don't know what we require yet. But we do have problems that we want solved. And we need to be agnostic as to what the solutions to those problems might be. And then we need to be able to actually help these potential solutions and mature them. And that means providing grants to startups within days, making sure that they have access to a rapid adoption service so that allies can actually purchase new technologies coming out of Diana in a reasonable time frame, and to have a NATO Innovation Fund to actually put our money where our mouth is and show that we're willing to put risk capital into these new companies that are trying to create dual-use solutions. With an average NATO procurement cycle of 16.1 years, I think we have some work to do in bridging that gap. That is why Diana is not replacing all we're doing at NATO. It's an addition specifically tailored to this new community to provide us with this insight into new technologies.
Thank you, David. There's exciting times for innovation at NATO right now. It's really good to hear. And thank you, Francois, if you could present your piece.
Yeah, so I'm glad to be here. Thanks for the invitations and the events. I think it's a great time to talk about these subjects. When I created Starburst about 10 years ago, everybody thought I was crazy, thinking that startups in aviation, space, and defense could one day make a difference. And here we are, 10 years later. That's now a big topic. How can we leverage these new entities, these new technologies, these disruptions to make a difference and keep an advantage to maintain peace? And so 10 years ago, of course, that was a crazy idea. Only SpaceX and a few others were, running the show. Today, our organization, Starburst, has grown to, 10 countries, only allied countries, of course, about 80 people. We scout more than 3,000 new startups in our area every year. So again, aviation, space, and defense. 3,000. And it has not slowed down. I don't think the market or the lack of capital will slow down that trend because it's essential, because all these entrepreneurs are working on a mission which is bringing technology superiority to the allied country in order to maintain peace. The war in Ukraine is a very good example that we don't want that. We want. And I mean, the technology superiority is the new nuclear bomb. The country will won the war or will prevent the war will be the one with the fastest robots. But nobody wants to engage with that. And so we've been working on that field. We started in Paris. We moved to LA. We are in Montreal. We are in Munich, in Madrid, in Tel Aviv. We are in Singapore, Seoul, and we are in a huge expansion phase. In these 10 years, we built accelerators globally. We built incubators locally, and we've been able to engage with most of the governments in the country we are working on. So Emmanuel was there, the Innovation Defense Lab. We are in our building hosting a part of their team to do open innovation. We are feeding them with hundreds of startups every year. We do the same thing with the Space Force. We run 2 incubators for NASA. We run the internal incubator for IAI in Tel Aviv, and we work with Mafat. We have developed that capabilities to work with government organizations and military organizations. So that's the key enabler. When you look at startups in, again, aviation, space, and defense, you talk about, ground vehicle, ships, and all that thing. So we look at everything. There is now 37 or 38 unicorns. So 38 startups that are now valued at above 1 billion. Their total valuation is $230 billion, which means that during the pandemic, Airbus and Boeing lost approximately that valuation. And so the gap has been filled by startups. And that's really something to keep in mind. In the past, we would talk about the death valley for these startups, very long life cycle. Today, for the best one, between the time that they get created and the time they will reach the 1 billion valuations, some of them, needs only 5 years. Doesn't mean that the product is fully ready, but they reach a size where they're able to raise hundreds of millions, invest these amounts in R&D, technology and products to make a difference. And when you look at these type of categories, when you look at, they've been working a lot on rockets, satellites. When a startup raises, $500 million to develop the next supersonic aircraft, there's no corporations that is today investing that amount of money on disruptive sectors. When you look at Airbus and Boeing, yes, they can put $10 billion on the table to develop the next A320, the next Boeing 737. But they will not put $500 million to develop the next eVTOL and right now nobody is really working on supersonic aircraft. Maybe Lockheed is funded by only Pentagon money. These startups are funded a little bit by government, but also by private money. In Silicon Valley a couple of years ago, they realized that the Pentagon was not aggressive enough in looking for technology. So there's a bunch of venture capital firms that are now took the intent to invest in pure defense tech startups. And that's what we are doing with Starburst. We set up a fund between San Francisco and LA, and that's what we mostly do: defense tech, space tech, and our first investment have been very focused on these topics. We have announced a 300 million fund in Europe to do the same. We are launching a fund in Israel, same thing, to do seed funding, and one in Singapore to do more around aviation and green impact. But we want, as individual, we are not military, we are purely private, but we want also to make a difference. We want to contribute and support these efforts and these initiatives. And we think that Diana is a great initiative. We've been part to a lot of these groups and thinking and process to come to Diana, and we really think it's important that it's taking place at the highest level at the Nato organization. So startups are playing a key role today, but more importantly tomorrow. On legacy area, so we are seeing a lot of satellites being built by startups, but also on the software, on the more intangible, on the more complex area that the legacy players had difficulties to grasp with, whether it's cyber, whether it's purely AI, whether it's quantum. There's a new range of entrepreneurs and startups who also want to make a difference. And so that's where we stand now.
Thank you. That was very interesting, and it's good to know that there's other money on the table and not just that coming from governments that we have available here. as Dale did, I'd like to open with my own question while you have time to think of yours. And I won't send you to coffee earlier, so please do think of questions to fill up the time and make the best use of our panelists here and everything they can bring to us. So my question actually comes from that iconic photo that the STO uses all the time of von Karman and the military officer. And so I feel like there's a kind of theme going on here. It was brought out in what David said about us not knowing what each other's problem is or what solutions are. And as well that you were talking about that there are so many startups out there that are creating value, and that, you know, how do we get that into the defense realm? So my question is, like, how is Starburst working to bring the military and the civilian worlds together to actually deliver solutions?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I think it's crucial to bring those two worlds together. I think one of the reasons that the Israeli defense startup community is successful is because everybody in Israel goes through military service, therefore knows what the military requirements are, what is needed in the field. And then, of course, it helps that security is seen as existential, so the investments are also being made. And there's a number of other reasons, but one is you have to know what the end user needs. And I think Diana will do that by making use of those end users. And unfortunately, in NATO, we have no shortage of military that will be incorporated into Diana in every step of the way. So the military will be part in setting the problem sets that Diana will work on. They will have a big role in that, but not only them. The STO will have a big role in that. The CNET community will have a big role in that. We'll be looking into industry to have a role in problem setting so that we get the best input out to these innovation ecosystems. Then the second part is, how do you reach those innovators that are maybe not that willing to work with us? Well, the solution in our mind is not to bring them into barracks somewhere outside the city in the countryside where they have to show 3 passports before they can get into the first circle. So we need to be where they are, and we need to be there with an open door, accessible and open. And I think the footprint of Diana is based on that. So the headquarters in Europe is going to be in London, and not just in London, it's going to be co-located within the AI faculty of Imperial College at their new campus in White City, because that's where the innovation is happening. And all the accelerator sites that we've selected have been selected on the basis of their access to innovators, not in the defense sector, no, the broader ecosystems at large, just as Starburst is tapping into those as well. And then as you go along, we will make sure that scientists, end users, and business coaches will be alongside these innovators every step of the way as they go through the program. Because you might end up halfway with a fantastic new robot, and Emmanuel Kiva mentioned an example that dogs become upset by this specific technology. We will see the same of things coming out of Diana. It's a great camera, it's a great autonomous vehicle, however it makes too much noise to be used in a covert operation. Or you drop it and it breaks. Or we used it in -40 in Norway and all of a sudden it didn't work anymore. So we'll make sure that that solution iteration is there so that we have the highest confidence at the end of the pipeline that we actually get stuff that people are waiting for and that it's ready to be used as well.
And yes, it's a very good point. We at Starburst play the bridge between the startups ecosystem and these governments organizations, and it's not a surprise that when the Innovation Defense Lab, the French Innovation Defense Lab, decided to be more open, they used our locations, 2 floors in our building, to set up their desk and start engaging with startups. It was much easier for them to move 20 people, come with us and have access to a constant flow of startups than to stay in the Paris 15 in their block house. Same thing with the Space Force in Los Angeles. There's the their base, but when it comes to engaging with startups, they come to our workspace, they talk to them, we organize private pitch. We organized for the US Air Force the biggest, what they call Space Speech Day, was in San Francisco. 800 military people attended, 60 startup pitch. Elon Musk came, the Secretary of the Air Force came, and they used that event, this pitching competition, and they sign checks worth $50 million to 30 startups. And we even organized 2 years ago, still for the Air Force and the UK Ministry of Defence, the first Allied Defence Accelerator in London around space to bring international startups to the UK, but ultimately to the US. So using also a player like us as who is connected to the local ecosystem, who knows how to translate the startup, pitching and vocabulary with the more structured government organizations, whether it's the French, the US, the German, or the Israeli.
Thank you. That was very, very interesting answers and unexpected as well. I wasn't expecting you to say we were going to take the military to the startups. So, but I do know how much the young people complain when they have to give up their mobile phone coming into the bases. So, are there any questions in the audience? I can see the coffee droopy eyes coming on, and it's not because you are fantastic. Thank you.
Hi, great talk, and I'm Kristen Baldwin from the U.S. Air Force and supporting Space Force as well. My question is, how do we think about preventing, once we've started and maybe created not just the unicorns, but the other companies, to get their feet off the ground, and get them some capital and get going? How do we preserve those companies from being invested in further and taken over by competitor nations such as China, who have the same objectives as we do and are happy to use our venture capital to create startups that they then invest in?
To start answering, and then I will let you. I think the US has done a great job on the policy side to put in place CFIUS and other mechanisms to really do a really hard job on that topic. It's completely different in Europe, and that's a big issue. The European policy, whether it's at the European level or the country level, they need to be much more cautious and pay much more attention on all the foreign investment, especially from these countries, in order to prevent them to stall all these technologies and all these investments. And right now, I would say in Europe, we still have a funding issue for these deep tech startups. There's a lack of late-stage investment that is, opening a gap for these outside investors, and that's still an issue. The European Commission is trying to work out on that for space technology, quantum, and others, but I'm not sure it's enough. So that's a great point.
Yeah, I fully agree. It's a great question. And in my previous job as National Security Advisor, I often got a phone call, mostly from the US side, warning me about some kind of new startup or scale-up that was going bankrupt and was on the verge of being bought by Chinese investors. And I think it begins with providing an alternative. A lot of these companies that are working in the dual-use space, they find great difficulties in connecting to either the established primes or to connect to the government agencies and actually get some meaningful help. We don't have the programs for that. We provide them with grants, mostly from our Ministries of Economic Affairs, and then once they're on the right track, then we stop. And that's the death valley that was talked about earlier. Then, especially in the dual-use realm, there's not enough risk capital around to then actually make that investment other than Chinese capital. So fill the space, educate them as well. That is part of Diana also. It's to protect, not only to foster. So educate them in how to guard their IP, how to become security aware, what kind of investors should you want in your company and what kind of investors don't you want. So we'll also set up a trusted capital marketplace where we actually connect trusted venture capital with the startups that we've identified as being credible and that are working with Diana. It's a whole range, but I think mostly all of those startups I talked with that we've tried to prevent from being taken over by Chinese capital, they've always told me it's one, impossible to reach you, and two, there are no alternatives to Chinese money. So we need to fix that.
And then if I come back to Starburst, we started to build an accelerator, then an incubator, then some seed funding. In Europe, with Sandra in the room, we are building a bigger fund, 300 millions, but we are also working with other players to raise billions funds, because having the entire life cycle funding mechanism for these startups is really key to maintain our sovereignty.
Thank you. I think there's another question here.
Thank you. Giovanni Samberini, I'm the Deputy Director of the CMRE in La Spezia. Thank you both. Compelling talks and many ideas that we need to explore later. Just writing on your question and most important, your answer, I've had a few talks with a few companies that actually share with me the sorrow of what you just said. Sometimes they get bought simply because there's no other way out. Not because they want, not because they want to expand, not because any other reason, but because they don't know where to ring the bell, to actually provide value to Ministry of Defense. And most of them are genuinely engaged in providing knowledge and technology to the alliance and the nation. So that's an extremely good point. But along those lines, to both of you, Diana has that scheme of phase 1, phase 2, and so on. Some of the good ideas might naturally die out due to the lack of volume of innovation fund, or simply because we need to prioritize. So some of them will have to be parked, put on the back burner, or whatever. You envision a possibility, maybe not for the initial operational capability of Diana, but at least for the final, to create a pool, a basin, a set of these really good innovation ideas, really good innovators that are part of a trusted capital database, but we cannot mature them through the innovation fund, so to pass them on to whoever could. So some kind of engagement after you have discovered the little gems, even if we cannot put them in a crown, at least pass them on to somebody else who can keep them in like the outer rings of the crown. Thank you.
Yeah, I really like the idea, so no, I wouldn't exclude something like that. We do have to be strict, and because otherwise we don't deliver the quality or the sustainability of the companies that we're putting through the Accelerator program. So, and I've heard this about other programs that have been set up by governments or by international institutions, that if you become the last resource of money for startups, then you're not doing it right. And some of these programs with large funds, I say to the people that ask, is 1 billion enough? Well, you can make it as big as you want. It doesn't make for better investments. And if you get the name that you are the last resort for funding, then we're not getting the right things out of there. So we need to be strict in setting the problems. We're only looking for things that are solving the problems that we're setting. We're not a showroom for all the best ideas in the world. Second, then to downsize already after 6 months into what are out of these 20 startups that we selected, what are the 5 best that we really believe in. Then foster them, and then we need to put our money where our mouth is, and then make sure that we expose them to industry, that we provide that initial funding, et cetera, et cetera. But it's a fine balance.
Yeah, and to add on what you just said is, the key principle of startups that is that 9 out of 10 will die no matter what. So it's part of the Darwinian process to down select, and to make only the strongest succeed. And then there's 2 approach. The pure VC will mostly look at the founders. Do they have great people leading the team, almost regardless of the technology? It's a little bit of caricatural, but it's almost, we want to make sure that the market is big enough, the technology can be swapped many times. And so we look at the funders. Usually when corporates are looking at venture or governments, I'm not saying that they care less about the founders, but they are much more interested by the technology. So the pure financial people have different interests than the more governmental or corporate organization, and that's going to have to match some way. And that's why third parties, VCs, incubators, and accelerators are a great catch, because it's often a way to cross ideas and make the best decision. Because otherwise you will pick great technologies, but because of the funders, as soon as we'll be out of the incubator or the accelerator, it will die no matter what. So having these two aspects in mind is really key for the success of Diana, for the success of these startups, and for the success of our countries.
Just a question. Considering the gap that we've talked about, a death valley between the funding and the timeline, that's one aspect. Another aspect that I think impacts the ability to incorporate innovation or new technology is a fairly long list of NATO STANAGs, MIL standards, DEF stands. Are you seeing also discussions about how we address the gap between new innovative technologies versus very large, long lists of military standards that we've had to live with for many, many years?
I was hoping you would go first here, Francois. An anecdote from my stepfather, who worked at Epson and at one point was asked for the UK Army to provide mil-spec printers. They were regular matrix printers, but they needed to be able to withstand Gale Force 12 and being held underwater and nuclear blasts. So it took them a while to produce this prototype, and then it went into testing with the Army. And after 15 months, they came back and they said, great, we'll have 2,000 of those. And he was like, well, we don't sell that model anymore. But I can give you the new model, and we can do the same to it, and you can buy that. No, it needs to be tested. So just to say that, yes, we do have an issue there. And with fast cycle innovation, we need to be agile also in setting the standards. Part of being able to do that is to understand technologies as they emerge. And I think our EDT strategy is based with that to mind as well. How do we become the people that are knowledgeable about the implications of AI, so that we can set the standards before the technology has even matured to the stage of being brought into use. We've done that now for AI, and we were late to the game, of course, but you have to start somewhere. We've done it now for data exploitation, where we were also late in the game, but we're catching up. I think we're still in time for autonomy and for quantum, which are the two next ones that we're tackling. So when you're ahead of the game, then it's easier to provide guidance to the innovators as to what the standards are that they need to design their products to. And it becomes a much more natural flow than what we have now often, is that people come in and then, in hindsight, need to work with outdated standards list. But work to be done. I wouldn't say we're there yet.
And just as an anecdote, one of my first jobs was to work for the US Air Force at the Rome Lab, upstate New York, and work on the MIL handbook. I think it was the 883 on the reliability of electronics. And the task was set because after the first war in Iraq, they were lacking of military GPS, and so they bought a bunch of commercial GPS for the soldiers on the ground, and they realized that they were working as fine for 10 times less the price. And so they were starting to revisit their standards for electronics for the military equipment. I think military standards have always been a constraint. And that's why here we are talking about the dual-use technology. How can we use either electronics, AI, software, or whatsoever that is coming and that has been developed for the commercials, and see if we need a lot of adaptation to be used for the military. But let's try to use it that way and then update the standards or make exceptions. And we will save money, improve. And we see that in Ukraine, the communication is coming from a private company without any norm, without any standards. They got jammed at the beginning, but it took them a couple of days to update the software of the satellites and then not be jammed anymore. So we need that reactivity, and the commercial and private sector will bring that to the military.
A very short addition to that,
Very
of a
short.
good example, is our counter-UAS program, where we brought together companies for a week-long exercise with all kinds of different systems, drones, catching drones, nets, you name it. And we asked them to interact and to see how they could integrate their systems and what would be the ideal standard for communication in that. And actually it was the innovators themselves, after a week, that came up with a standard that will now become the NATO standard. So it doesn't always have to come from us, it can come from the innovators as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contributions, and we're at coffee.
Yes, so please join me in thanking our guest speakers.
Please join me over here. Miss Eaton as well, please. So, Mr. Chopra, Mr. Camille, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us today, and also for a great discussion. As a token of appreciation, this is our plaque. Thank you so much. And also, Mr. Camille, thank you very much. And Ms. Eaton, thank you for moderating the discussion. Good to see you back. And we have this also for you. It's the unique anniversary plaque. So thank you very much. Please also join me, John, for that photo.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Let's go ahead and take that 20-minute break to stretch our legs and recharge. Please return by 1600. Coffee's on. Welcome back. Our last session highlights the industry perspective. Our STO collaborative program of work is successful because it brings together constituents from across science and technology, government, academia, and industry, to work with the warfighters themselves, leveraging the insights and strengths of each sector. We have 3 exciting speakers with us today to discuss how we can leverage industry to empower NATO's technological edge. This session will again be moderated by Ms. Eaton. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So welcome back from break. Everyone's looking a bit more bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, which brings us beautifully into the last session of the day. We have a treat in store for you today, and the topic of this session is the industry response and leveraging industry. We'll hear about some mega trends in S&T and from 2 major defense industry players. I would like to invite my panelists up to the stage. For this session, we have Andy Wyckoff, Eirik Lie, and Philippe Duhamel. Yeah, Eirik, could you pass water down to Philippe, please? Sorry. Last minute addition, lesson learned from the last panel. It's quite dry in this room. And so please allow me to introduce the panelists. Andy Wyckoff is the Director of Science and Technology and Innovation here at the OECD. Andy has been with the OECD for more than 25 years in various positions in science, technology, and innovation. The OECD provides evidence-based advice to governments on policies that support resilient, inclusive, and sustainable growth. And this year, the OECD also celebrates a birthday and has its 60th anniversary of its foundation. The next panelist is Eirik Lie. He's an Executive Vice President of Kongsberg and President of Kongsberg Defence and Aerospace Business Area. He has worked in Kongsberg since 1990 and started his career as a Navy officer. Kongsberg Defence and Aerospace is Norway's premier supplier of defence and aerospace-related systems and solutions. And finally, but last but not least, Philippe Duhamel is the Executive Vice President of Defence Mission Systems at Thales. He's worked for Thales his entire career, specialising in air and defence systems. He has also a reserve officer in the French Air Force. Thales is a global technology leader in the digital identity and security, defence, aerospace, space and transport markets. It invests more than 1 billion euros a year in self-funded R&D. And without further ado, I will pass over to the first panelist to provide their brief introduction.
So good afternoon, everyone. And let me just start as a representative of the OECD, welcoming you here to our conference center and associated. I think you were in the chateau earlier today. And it's just a great pleasure to have you here. Our two organizations share a lot of commonalities. We both come out of World War II institutions. I work in a building called the Marshall Building. And I think we share some common objectives towards securing peace and promoting democracy and democratic processes. That said, NATO doesn't do economics and we don't do security or intelligence. And so my remarks are far more broad. But I do want to kind of point to some megatrends I see in science and technology that may be applicable to your field. And I would just say one of the first things the OECD did way back in 1963 was produce something called the Frascati Manual, which is rather obscure, but one of our most translated documents here because it defines and sets out a methodology for collecting R&D, which was a rather new concept back then, had just really first begun to be systematized during World War II. So the three trends I want to talk about. First is, no news to this crowd, the ascent of China. It is quite a change from the norm that we saw post-World War II, right up to the 90s actually, of basically the G7 dominating almost all scientific fields. In our latest numbers, in constant purchasing power parity adjusted numbers, something I can explain at the break. In US dollars, we've seen R&D increase for China by a factor of 10 in 20 years. Truly astounding. The absolute amount spent on R&D surpasses the EU by a wide margin and is nearly 3/4 of the US effort. And when normalized by GDP, which is what we like to do around here to compare countries, the US stands at 3.4%, China at 2.4%, and the EU at 2.2%. Now, there's some measurement error here. I won't begin to pretend when we do this, but it's not just R&D numbers where we see a huge Chinese uptick. It's across their publications, their patents, and their number of STEM doctorates. Okay. The second major trend is more to the appropriate for this panel, which is a megatrend, which is the rise of R&D being funded and performed by businesses themselves. Since the global financial crisis in 2009, businesses have accounted for 3/4 of the total expenditure on R&D performance in the OECD area and been really the leaders in OECD R&D growth. Our more recent firm-level data, which we try to do a nowcast on, shows the pandemic had a very predictable effect with both information communication technology industries increasing their R&D, as well as the pharmaceuticals, which are big tech players. The downturn in R&D associated with this was in motor vehicles and in aerospace, which both got hit a little bit by the pandemic. Now, I want to dig in on information communication technologies a little bit, because increasingly in some of our numbers, it's the tail wagging the dog, particularly as it consolidates a little bit around what's called big tech in the United States, or GAFA here in France. If you don't know what I mean Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta, and Microsoft. Now, these 5 companies in 2021 alone accounted for almost a quarter of US business R&D. I mean, again, that's mind-blowing if you begin to look at some of the big R&D players in the US. Now, let me put that in perspective. That's as much as the US Department of Defense's R&D budget, and more than all of Germany's R&D, regardless of source. And so these are big players, and they continue to make a lot of money, and they continue to plow it into R&D, which I think is a mega trend to watch. A lot of what they're spending it on, my last mega trend, is on artificial intelligence, which in 2022 means machine learning, by and large, and neural networks. And again, it's very exciting if you're somebody like me who loves to look at what we call general purpose technologies, like electricity or steam, or even something like internal combustion engines. This is a big factor. We don't know how big, there's a lot of hype, but it's clearly changing things, and there's a lot of potential and promise. The OECD has been working on this since 2016, which seems like a long time ago now, where we developed principles for the development and use of AI in 2019 that were approved by our member countries as well as 6 others, 44 countries, then went on to form the basis of the G20 AI principles under the presidency of Japan. These act as what we would call lines on the road, where we don't try to hamper development in any way, but keep it moving towards socially optimal goals, things as trustworthiness, explainability, and accountability. Principles are nice, but what do they mean in practice? And putting it into practice is where we've put a lot of our effort recently. And by doing that, we have 3 different ways we're looking at implementation. But the most obvious, and one that you might want to look at, is something called OECD.ai. That's the URL. And it's our OECD AI policy laboratory, or observatory, excuse me. And it includes more than 300 policies from 60 different countries, so people can see what each other are doing. But maybe most interesting for this group, and I'll end with this, is it's got a lot of interesting data. And so from that data, we can look at scientific publications in AI, and we can see that basically China, the US, and EU are roughly the same. But what's interesting is the quick rise of India as a 4th major player here in this area, and something to keep track on. We track venture capital, which isn't a bad indicator for looking at where AI is going, and 80% of it goes to 2 countries, the United States and China. Let me conclude that just by saying that AI is also fundamentally changing the way science is conducted, and it has a lot of ways to go here. But we're seeing a lot of new techniques. One in particular is AI can read all the scientific literature in a particular field, regardless of the language, and then look and study that and look for patterns and develop hypotheses that maybe no one individual scientist could ever come up with. And then these hypotheses can be followed up by research teams. Let me end there and look forward to the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's really interesting, and also echoing some of the other comments that have come out from the earlier panels and presentations. So a really good wrap up to the day, actually. Eirik, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. It's good to be here, and it's what was the person prior to the lunch stated, that it's only us that keeps us from the drinks. So we'll be short. No, I think this is an interesting theme. So I just wanted to start with a background, just to give you some information regarding how Kongsberg looks at this, so we can understand where we come from. Within the last 10 to 15 years, we have transformed the company from being 90% domestic to being 90% export. And we have achieved that in different ways, but for sure, we need to be in the forefront of the technology. We need to have good products. And in order to do that, we have this triangle model between the Norwegian industry, the Norwegian research establishment, and the authorities, the governments, and the users. And this triangle has actually worked out very well. So we establish unique things, let me put it like that, for Norway, and that has also been very useful for other countries as well. And as part of this, we don't need to do everything on our own company. We enjoy having partners, both in Norway and abroad. That's very important for us. And we have a huge supply chain of SMEs. And we like to keep the SMEs doing what they're best at. So that has been the philosophy. So all in all, we call this the staying ahead of the curve strategy. And that's one way we have approached this discussion. But then, coming a little bit more into what has been discussed today. We all want technology edge, and we want timing mean faster. And if I summarize for myself, there are two main challenges. We have heard of it already. A huge number of requirements are put on us as industry from the procurement agencies. A huge, we talk about several thousands. And when you have those detailed requirements, it's difficult to do innovation. So that's one aspect. The other one is this really long, with many procurement processes. It takes many, many years, normally. But it's a process that has been developed over time. It's good, it works. But then we also have other things we need to create faster. So a subset or a more speedy process should definitely be implemented. And I understand why it is so, and I also understand why it's difficult to change it, because this is the way we have worked for many, many years. Many nations do it, NATO do it, and it's a change of culture, but also regulations, etc., that needs to take place in order to overcome these challenges. And there are a few examples that works as well, so it's good to have in the back of mind. But to address this a little bit further, I have three themes I want to highlight. One is what I call closing the technology gap and invest faster and smarter. I think this, and I honestly believe in collaboration between SMEs, between research institutes, also organizations like STO, with startups and other industry. This is an arena where we can exchange ideas and information of what is possible. And I think the earlier we are in the process, the earlier we can establish the best solution and technology that can be used. And I also think it's about, I talked about requirements. What is good enough definitions? So this definition of what is good enough is important. And I think we should have a trend where we look at capabilities and operational requirements instead. And theme number 2, innovation. Well, larger industry also do innovation. We do that all the time. And we have many examples of that. And also, maybe we do it step by step, in a step-by-step manner. But definitely, we play a role in leveraging both internal innovation, but also innovation from startups, SMEs, etc. That is a role we should really take on ourselves. That's important. And also then, by linking the different organizations together, I sincerely think that we can play a key role in innovation for the future. And also, we talked about these processes within defense procurement. We heard about standards. And also, I think that the industry, at least larger companies, can support SMEs, startups in this area as well. to help out with the standards, how to qualify, do the testing, and perhaps industrialization if it's a very new development item that has been created. So this is a place where larger industry can come into play. And then number 3, commercial or civilian technology and the dual use. This is a huge potential. It's, the technology leaps are happening within the civilian and commercial business with open architecture and standards. And I think that's why I started with how we did it in Norway. I think it's to elevate this or to succeed with military adaptation of civilian technology. This triangle, golden triangle you might call it, must be used. So, meaning a cooperation between the industry, the defense side, and research. I think we have many areas where we can do this in a good way. And I will stop now soon. I just have 2 food for thought. Sustainable solution. I think some of you participated in the Nato Industrial Forum last year. Completely different setting. But still, I think this sustainability is coming in defense as well. It needs to be addressed. And we could be fast follower. We can have introduced circular economy, but also define technology that can be utilized. Green propulsion, digital twinning, simulation tools, etc. And then the last point there, access to young talents. More and more important. And I think this idea, what you have heard about today, is extremely important. I also think that to establish a young advisory board is a good idea. Because remember that systems we define today, well, the people that are going to use them are 10 years today. So there's a lot of things to think about in that area. So, thank you.
Thank you. That's, yeah, a lot of food for thought in there, and raising some other issues that have also come up, the dual use and the standards and requirements and procurement, which, yeah, over lunch we had quite an in-depth discussion about the pain point that exists there. So I'm sure that will come up in questions from people in the audience. Philippe, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Maybe good afternoon. So I'm very happy to be with you today. Maybe some words about Thales. 2 words about Thales. So we are a dual company, you know, defense and civil business. I think this balance is quite an advantage because for us it's pretty usual to work with the dual use technologies, and this has increased in a certain way after we acquired Gemalto, which was a real asset for us in this field. As you rightly said, we invest 1 billion a year on R&T and R&D, of course, on top of what we receive for our governments. So it's a lot. We're really an engineering company, and we develop technologies starting from the fundamental research up to system integration, and it's hardware, software, system architecture. It's really a complete, I would say, ecosystem of technologies. And of course, we have a long history with the alliance, with NATO. We contribute to many STO groups. We work with NIAC too, and so it's something where we are pretty used to. And we're also a company which is involved in all the warfare domains. So from seabed to space, we are fundamentally everywhere. And it has helped us to develop a strong understanding of the, let's say, the new way of making war, I would say. And we have recently reorganized ourselves in order to have, let's say, organization per milieu. I don't know if it's the right word in English. Per domain, let's say air domain, naval domain, and land and air domain. That's very That's also, it helped us also to understand better about the new way about collaborative combat and having things working together which were not used to work together before. So we are also installed in many NATO countries, and we have again a long history with contract with NATO. I think one of the most prominent was SISAF, when we had at a certain moment many people in Afghanistan. If I come back to innovation, I would like to say three things. Our approach is based on three principles. One is we innovate for operational efficiency. So what do we want on the other day is to use technology and to innovate for to provide tools to our customers which help them to have a better efficiency. So we have put together a new way of working with the innovation hubs and what we call design centers with a specific, let's say, methodology. And there is a constant challenge between engineers and users. We could think that the users challenge the engineers. Sometimes it's the other way around, because the users want to do the same thing better. Engineers have ideas to say, could you do things completely different? And that's very interesting. Second is, we know that we can't innovate alone. Maybe sometimes we think we could, but no, we don't. So we innovate with partners and academics. We support a lot of startups. So in some of our business, we work with startups. We have centers, for instance, of course in France, but also in Canada, in many other countries. Diana initiative for us is of utmost really interest. For instance, in my organization, this Defense Mission Systems, I have permanently 30 candidate doctors, 30, let's say 2/3 of them in mathematics. And that's really interesting. The third thing is that, to close the loop with the users, we manage R&T to develop products. So we don't do only R&T, we are not a university. So it's something which is not always easy. As I said, hardware is very important, software is very important, system architecture is very important, and also engineering methods have to change. With the new technologies, if we keep the same engineering methods and tools we had before, it doesn't work. So it's complete change, not only on the technologies, say the chips, the ceramics for sonars, but also, of course, software technologies. Everybody knows about that, or pretend to know about that. And I don't. But also, for instance, model-based engineering. I know a bit more about that. So that's something which really helps us to develop faster, hopefully cheaper, for our customers. Also, and it resonates to what Eric has said, we are in a world where we receive a call for tender with 7,000 requirements on a contract which is 2,000 pages. So it's not surprised that some SMEs or startups don't want to respond to that. We have crowds of lawyers and contract managers to deal with that. They don't. So if we want to go quicker, hopefully cheaper, we need to change that. It's a matter of how we deal in contracts, how we share risks. We know that, in many countries in defense, and we know that in the digital world, taking risk is normal, failing fast is normal. Mr. Chopin said 9 out of 10 startups will die anyway. So in the defense world, it's pretty different. As you know, it's pretty different. It has to change. I'm going to give you, let's say, some examples, 3 examples of what we're doing, how things changing with new innovation. It's linked with AI, so it's pretty trendy probably. We have developed a concept called True AI, which is transparent, understandable, ethical. It's very clear that we need to know how AI works for critical systems, and this is what we are doing. It's now starting to be operational, and it's being used in many of our projects. I could mention 3 of them, for 2 of them. One is mine warfare, where artificial intelligence helps the operator to detect mines. We have we developed synthetic aperture sonars, which gives pictures of the seabed, and our AI helps really and multiplies by 3 or 4 the pace of detection of mines by the operator. So that's very interesting. It's now implemented in the UK-French mine warfare program called MMCM. I think there is the NATO Maritime Unmanned System Group, which will come to visit that in our premises. It's going to be demonstrated by the French Navy soon. That's something interesting. Second is ATDR, automatic detection and recognition, both in let's say optronics and radar, and that's something which is also a great step forward in order to detect smaller targets. This gives me really, if you look at the complete ecosystem, there is something interesting. Is we'd say hardware, software. Okay, we have now developed a lot of new technologies to process massive amount of data. Great. You say a sonar. If you look at the sonar of 5 years ago and now, the throughput, it was kilobits, it's terabits. Same for electronic warfare. Why could this happen? It happened because we developed hardware, which does that. Samplers, 2 gigahertz samplers, ceramics. This is hardware. And why can we develop this hardware? We can't develop this hardware like we developed the previous one. We couldn't do that because we can use simulation using supercomputers. So there is it's completely integrated between software, hardware, and system integration, system architecture. The system architecture has to be different. So it's complete, everything has to change. From the contract, system engineering, system architecture, simulation, hardware, software. If we miss one of these bricks, it doesn't work. This is what we try not to miss any. Of course, the next step for us, it has started, is quantum. You know, by history, I'm an RF engineer. I'm thrilled to see that we will have soon a big like that antenna which can detect 50 hertz. That's going to be a big change. So we'll see what's going to happen. No more example. I could give many others. So we see that we are working hard to in order to provide better systems to our customers, quicker, cheaper, and this is all with this ecosystem of innovation that we can try to do that better.
Thank you so much. So I had all 3 speakers with their golden triangle. We have Philippe's hardware, software, system architecture. We have Eirik's government, industry, and research agency triangle. And we have the 3 megatrends: ascent of China, rise of private R&D, and the AI development. And given the time, I want to open directly into the audience for questions rather than giving my own. Yeah, I thought that might happen. I've got one at the front here and then one at the side there.
Hi, and this may not be a fair question, but I'll stand up. Because it's by the way, thank you very much for talking about requirements. I couldn't agree more. Government puts way too many requirements on developers. We went through a session with industry and we didn't talk about supply chain fragility. And we didn't talk about supply chain fragility the rest of the day. Right now, I've heard everybody say we want to go to AI. The best AI in the world will take state-of-the-art computer chips. North America and Europe produce 0% of state-of-the-art chips, and will not for 5 years. We don't even have to worry about just state-of-the-art. The global auto industry last year took a $210 billion hit for lack of a 45 nanometer chip that was produced in Taiwan. We've progressed that to rare earth elements where we do not have the capacity in the West to make things we need for heads-up displays, high-end magnets, and out of the military domain, we don't have access to pharmaceuticals or active pharmaceutical ingredients. At what point does the technology-industrial intersection have to identify supply chain fragility and spend technology dollars to create different solutions?
Okay, contribute to this one. It's very clear that here we have a big issue. It's very clear. There are some areas where our customers spend money to make sure that there was a sovereign solution. Can I give you an example? High power amplifiers for the radar of the Rafale aircraft. Everything from research to integration is done in France. If we had accepted, if the French government had accepted to do things in Korea, Japan, it would have been much cheaper. But they spend the money not to do that. Many other examples in France, in the UK with submarines, very, very similar. For the chips, which are more, let's say, more general use, FPGAs, or that kind of thing, it's certainly a very big issue. But I'm afraid, goes beyond defense industry. You know, but I would be crazy not to say that it's a big risk that we, the countries, the governments, the armies, it's I don't know the word in English, a Damocles sword. You get it. Sword of Damocles. Sword of Damocles, which is above our head, for sure.
Yeah, I agree with what you're stating, and it's becoming it's a wake-up call for everybody. what we're seeing now with the pandemic and what's going on in Ukraine and how this impact our supply chain. And in general, we find different ways, but it doesn't really solve the fundamental problem. So also we definitely see what is described there, especially on the electronic component side. And the lack of that. You can read something now that is positive, but you never know before you see it. So I think it's difficult to come with a good solution, except that now we have seen it. We need actually to work on it on a high level, on government level, how to be more protected towards this kind of situation again in a global supply chain.
Okay.
I would just make one observation. If we see a problem and we don't have a solution, that is the place for the technology community to take a different look.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we also had the warning call from our young scientists who pointed out the national resilience was critical, and this talks to that wider issue, I think. I had a second question on this side.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Savai from the Hungarian Mirror from Brussels. So somehow my question is also connected with the supply stuff. In the past weeks, we have seen that due to that fact, the Russian attack on Ukraine, many countries decided to increase the budget spending. They are changing, replacing, modernizing their equipment. And my question is related to that one, that how do you feel that would the defense industry be able to support all those emerging needs? And the other question is that should it be probably done in a coordinated manner? So if the industry is able to support those needs, should it be done in a coordinated manner?
The answer can be only yes. The question is, how long do we need? If I refer to history tells us everything about, in the First World War, Second World War, about ramping up defense industry capabilities. It's in the books. If the technology is not the same, all the rest is the same. I think in 1940, President Roosevelt, decided a new law, the Seven Seas Naval Expansion Bill, to build a navy which was bigger than all the navies in the world. It took a number of years to make this happen, to make half of this happen, by the way. So really, yes, we can do it. Yes, it will take time. It will take time. If you want to build more airplanes, more ships, you need to build, let's say, docks. You need to build buildings. Sometimes you have to buy machines that come from other countries. What I'm afraid of is that our customers think it's going to be immediate. No, it's not going to be immediate. But of course it's feasible. In a coordinated way, maybe there will be areas, ships, where there will be shortage. And then it's maybe up to our, let's say, governments to coordinate themselves to see how it can work. We are only humble industry people.
Okay, humble. That was nice. No, I agree. It's a good question. It's difficult to answer, but I would also say that I have seen examples where we are able to also find other solution redesigning, and so it's not all black. So I think it's a little bit case by case as well, even though we have a general view as you describe it. But I wouldn't say it's completely dark in the sense for everything. But if you can be able to coordinate it, I don't know, but that could be one way to approach it.
Okay, I have another question in the center here.
So Sergio Bergaliano from OECD. First of all, thank you very much for the panel, your intervention, very interesting panel. My question concerns procurement. So we talk about sharing risk, huge requirements, large contracts. So from the industry perspective, which changes do you think that could be implemented in procurement process to facilitate collaboration between the private industry and international organizations, and to foster technological development between both sides, whilst respecting the internal rules and instructions of NATO's or other international organizations? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I can go first. Probably different approaches, but the one that pops up in my mind is actually to take existing processes and just transform it into an easier way for some applications. The problem saying that, because it sounds simple, the problem is that this is what we have been doing for many years. So this is like changing a ship direction towards something easier. And keep also in mind that there is kind of a risk associated with this. We know the process we have today. If it changes, then that might be seen as a risk because you bypass something. So I will also think that that's also play into this. But I think the solution is to find just make a simpler acquisition process, but willingness to take on the risk as well.
Maybe one thing to add. Of course, in the contract, there are many things we won't change. There are safety requirements, there are all that. Now, ESG requirements, this won't change. It's not our aim to change that. Now, when we develop a new system, we take risks, and because otherwise we don't innovate. We discussed that earlier today. If we never fail, we are not innovative. So it's a matter of better share risks. So we promise that performance. Currently, we have many contracts. If we are not at that performance, no acceptance. Sometimes you could say, okay, between this range, it could be decided with let's say with an incentive. It happens. In France, we had some contracts where, after long negotiation, we managed to have it was more about time. We should say our committed time is this date, and we get an incentive, small incentive, if we are, let's say, 1 year or 6 months earlier. So it's that kind of thing which helps us to be. Otherwise, if we are dead, if we don't match the requirements, match our commitment, we take margins. So we take risk provisions, price goes up, we take less slack time, and time schedule is longer. So it's more than kind of thing that sometimes it can help. I wouldn't say that it never happens. We wish it would happen, let's say, more often.
Maybe one more thing is to add. I mentioned it, but this the detailed requirements. When talking to the user, that's another perspective. What ends up in the requirements? So it limits the industry's ability to create their own solution, but actually satisfy the end customer or end user. I mean. So that's also a challenge to look into. How can we transform a detailed requirement as of today to be more of a capability or a I don't know, user-defined specification that we have some maneuver to solve, because then we will be able to explore different options in that.
Thank you. I do have a question. Andy, could you talk to us about the trends and challenges you're seeing with S&T policy that is coming out, and then maybe Eirik and Philippe could comment on how that's affecting their industry?
Sure. Well, in general, governments are under a lot of budgetary pressure. COVID didn't help. It's not helping. And so one of the first things that gets a lot of pressure is the R&D spending. That's one of them. But one of the things we're seeing, and I don't know if it's well understood, is there's two ways to fund R&D by and large as we look at it. There's the direct funding that I think you're very well aware of, contracts, grants, and awards, and it was just being talked about. But that is dwarfed by indirect funding, which is R&D tax credits, which become very popular across most of the OECD, and in some countries are a factor of 2 or 3 more than the direct. And so one of the things I think that's going to happen as we face large challenges, whether it be geopolitical, climate, or pandemics, is a swing back maybe to more direct funding of R&D, which would probably be a good thing for most of the people in this audience. As I said, the nature, and you've talked about it, Philippe, the nature of science and technology is changing with digital tools, allowing us to do things we could have never thought of doing, whether it be big data, quantum computing coming, hopefully, but even more simple things such as very sophisticated but cheap sensors that feed the big data flows in more of a real-time communication. Well, we're seeing this certainly on the civilian side. But I guess the last thing I'd like to bring up, which I alluded to in my earlier remarks, is I think maybe the increasing importance of scale. And this is part of, particularly in the digital area that I know best, there are high fixed costs, but then very low marginal costs for a lot of this technology. And so what that really benefits from is if you have a large domestic market, it allows you to get over those fixed costs and then go to the world and kind of what's called winner take most in the digital area with some of the marginal costs. And so with that, I really implore Europe in particular to become more of a single market than it has been in the past for some of these technologies that I know best, and begin to match the size, the scale of the United States and China.
Obviously, I agree that scale is very important if you want to reduce costs, no doubt about that. We all know that, let's say, scaling up the market, say, cooperation, in the defense business, there is cooperation between industries and cooperation between states. Which is the one which goes faster than the other? It depends. It depends. So we have good cooperations. I mentioned mine warfare between UK and France. Mine warfare cooperation went very well between the states. And cooperation went very well between industries because it was Thales on both sides. I won't mention cases, but you see in the press cases where cooperation between states is something, cooperation between industries or amongst two industries is another thing. So it's something very complex, something very complex. And we know that some countries, you know, to give you examples, good cooperation between France and Belgium on, let's say, land vehicles, a good cooperation between Netherlands and Germany in navy ships. So there are very good examples, but honestly, it's very complex story. Of course, if there was only one supplier for everything, for each of the systems, then cooperation would be obvious and price would probably go down. But I'm not sure we'll be there in the next month.
Yeah, but on the other side, I think this type of cooperation is essential, and we definitely have. It's difficult, but we definitely have good examples of where that has been achieved, both between, I call it bilateral, between the governments and also between the industries. It's a matter of finding a path where we actually have, at least when it comes to the industry, find a win-win situation for both industries. And I have several examples, and the latest one is between, for instance, Norway and Germany when it comes to common procurement of submarines. So that's one example where we also the industry, based on the government-to-government relationship, the industry found each way to cooperate. So that's one way.
There are many good cases, but there is no general case.
I agree.
Thank you. I think there's time. Is there?
Yeah.
I think there's time for one more question.
Quickly.
A quick one. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. Rudy Preem, again from the NATO Industrial Advisory Group. We talked about percentages, and so Andy talked about percentage of GDP. And I was wondering, at the European Defence Agency, since 2007-2008, they came up with other benchmarks, and not only the 2% of GDP that should be spent on defence, and then 20% of it should be spent on investment in equipment, including R&D. So there's no percentage on R&D specifically, and we are in this science and technology environment. When I look at the European Defence Agency in 2007-2008, they also had a number for research and development, and they said that 2% of a defense budget should be spent on R&D. If we say 20% including R&D, some nations might cut on R&D and spend 20% on new equipment. So the question is, shouldn't we advocate in this science and technology community for a percentage on R&D, also at NATO, not only for EU member states or European Defence Agency participating member states. So to come up with a percentage, a minimum that should be spent on R&D within the defense budgets, because the private sector is already spending a lot.
Honestly, I don't know. I think it would be good to know where we are, where every country is, because we would probably see big differences. You know, if everybody is at the same number, almost at the same number, setting a target is not going to be too difficult. If there are big differences, I'm afraid there are, then which target should we set? That's not an easy one. So I don't have a good answer to this question.
Yeah, I don't have the percentage, but the idea is good. When it comes to R&D, it's important, and I think that could also trigger common procurement. So I think there should be some initiatives to actually do that.
Andy, do you have anything to add?
I would just say we try to track these numbers, defense spending of R&D, not within the NATO budget, but within different countries. But it won't come as a surprise to anyone in this room. It's pretty hard. Some of our reporting is spotty. Some countries don't. And some of it comes as classified, and so we have dark spots, but that data is available.
So, strangely enough, as a NATO insider, I have an answer. One of the questions that I put into the S&T section of the Defence Capability Planning Survey in 2016-17, roughly when I was in Dale's position, was specifically that, because I was absolutely shocked that we didn't have that information for the NATO nations. And I had the same question you did. I was like, why are we asking 20%, but we're not measuring this R&D spend? So some of the nations answered it and some of them didn't. So we also have patchy data, and also it was only asked for 6 years ago, I think. But I do think there is also something interesting when you look at the NATO nations and their capacity for R&D, and it's similar dynamic that you achieve with industry. So when you have a small company, they don't have much money they can put towards R&D potentially, because they need to be producing profit from everything that they're investing. And we have a similar kind of dynamic within NATO, with larger nations and smaller nations and different focuses. And so it could be an interesting question as to, if NATO were more coordinated regarding the R&D, whether it could be having some nations that were R&D specialists, which had very high percentages, and other nations which were producers, which had much lower percentages. So I'm not sure that a single common denominator for that R&D investment would make sense across the NATO nations. Sorry, apologies. I know it's not my job to answer questions. With that, I think we'll probably call it a day, because otherwise I will make it end late today. So I would like to say a huge thank you to my three panelists of this panel. I think another really interesting, fascinating discussion, and a lot of food for thought to be taken away from this. And many issues that were even brought up during this panel we didn't even get time to investigate or to look at in more detail. So I'm sure there'll be lots of conversation over cocktails in a moment. So thank you.
So please join me over here. Mr. Michael, Mr. Lee, Mr. Hamel, thank you very much for your time here and for sharing your thoughts. Very interesting, very important topic. And again, Ms. Eaton, thank you for moderating once again. Really appreciate it. And our token of appreciation, Mr. Michael. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Unfortunately,
We're moving folks over to take a photograph, so just bear with us for a moment.
Yes, I do now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I now introduce to you Dr. Brian Wells, the NATO Chief Scientist, for his closing remarks for today's symposium. Dr. Wells is dual-hatted as the Senior Scientific Advisor to NATO leadership and the Chair of the NATO Science and Technology Board, in addition to running the Office of the Chief Scientist at NATO headquarters. Before his appointment as Chief Scientist, Dr. Wells was the UK Ministry of Defence's Head of Science and Technology Policy, Strategic Research, and International Engagement. Dr. Wells also served as the Chair of the European Defence Agency Research and Technology Steering Board. Dr. Wells, will you bring us home, sir?
Colonel, thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, the title of today's symposium is up here, Empowering NATO's technological edge. I'd like to draw out 5 themes from today's symposium that has struck me as being the support pillars, as it were, for maintaining NATO's technological edge. The first is the geopolitical environment. Next, new types of warfare. Third is the evolution of science and technology and innovation. The fourth is maintaining our network of scientists and engineers. And finally, the factors of stability that I have heard over the course of the day. So, looking first at the geopolitical environment, the invasion by Russia of Ukraine is a turning point in European security, arguably one of the most important turning points that we've had since the end of the Second World War. We've seen NATO allies supporting Ukraine. We've seen a number of allies increasing their defence investment, including their investment in defence research and development. We've seen Finland and Sweden formally apply to join the alliance, and we've seen on our television screens the rate at which this process is being taken forward by leadership. Russia is now clearly an adversary. A number of allies had that opinion before the invasion of Ukraine, but there is no doubt about that now. China is a threat that challenges the rules-based order, and we've heard of the rise of their expenditure in research and the threat of takeovers of our small and medium-sized innovative enterprises. NATO 2030 set out an ambitious agenda across a wide range of NATO work, including reach out to the Asia-Pacific 4, the Republic of Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand, as well as reaching out to international organisations, including the OECD. We've also got an ambitious agenda from NATO on climate change, and also taking forward the NATO-EU cooperation. The Ukraine invasion and also reflecting on COVID-19 has shown the importance of resilience, and that includes the importance of supply chain resilience, which we've just recently been hearing about. At the Madrid summit in only 2 weeks' time, a new strategic concept is set to be agreed by heads of state and government. This will be a key document for NATO. It is second only to the Washington Treaty in importance to the alliance. The last one was agreed in 2010. I think it is common ground amongst all of us that the intervening 12 years have been momentous for Euro-Atlantic security. So turning now from the geopolitical environment to the new types of warfare. It could be argued that Ukraine invasion is specific in many ways, not least the historical background, but also the geography. But it does remind us of the importance of manpower, of ammunition, of industrial capability. But we've also seen hybrid elements here, the disinformation, misinformation campaigns, the collaborative programme of work is looking at these. There's a symposium in Stockholm in the first week of October looking at the information environment. The NATO warfare capstone concept is a North Star for directing military thinking. It takes account of all perspectives and factors in the uncertainty of future warfare scenarios. But I think we can draw out some overarching conclusions from a technological perspective of the nature of current and future warfare. And I've highlighted 4 of these from today's discussion. The first is that technology will be a key driver of future warfare. Secondly, warfare will be multi-domain. NATO already has 5 official domains. Will it in due course have a 6th, be it called the human domain or the cognitive domain? Thirdly, future battle space capabilities will have the characteristics of being independent, integrated, distributed, and digital. And finally, linked to that, the digital transformation of the alliance will be critical for its ability to conduct warfare in the future. So how do we see the evolution of science and innovation to support that vision of future warfare? In 2019, NATO's heads of state and government agreed an emerging and disruptive technology implementation strategy. They agreed on 7 emerging and disruptive technologies: AI, big data, autonomy, space, quantum, hypersonics, and biotechnology. We've heard this afternoon that the civil investment in these areas quite considerably dwarfs the government investment in this area, which in turn considerably dwarfs the defence sector expenditure. So defence research no longer controls the scientific futures that we will see. We've also heard that that initial list of 7 has been augmented in NATO with novel materials, energy and propulsion taking the foreground. We've also heard that there is an increased emphasis on human factors, including psychology, psychiatry, understanding of the functioning of the human brain as it undertakes cognitive activities. So human-machine interfaces will become increasingly important, and that brings issues such as issues of trust between man and machine, or indeed between machine and man. It also raises, as we've heard, ethical, legal and moral issues, particularly around the use of AI and the use of autonomous systems. But there are also significant developments in innovation within NATO and, as we've heard, within individual nations. And that's in governments, in industry, and in academia. The relationship between the Science and Technology Organization and the Diana Accelerator will be a vital element of the future innovation landscape. CMRE is also already due to become a accelerator test center in the Diana network. The network of scientists can be able to develop challenges to input into Diana, and work is also underway in which challenges put to Diana can be evaluated by the scientists in the network. So we are looking at a rapidly developing and exciting picture in the innovation ecosystem. But to do that, we need to maintain the network of scientists and engineers that provide the backbone of our collaborative programme of work. I'll just highlight 2 areas that I heard today. The first is welcoming young scientists, early career scientists, is hugely important. It's partly demographics to refresh the network, but it's also bringing in fresh ideas from the younger generation. We've heard Al's passion on this subject. It's shared by myself and John-Mikal, and CMRE indeed also has a very impressive record of bringing in young scientists into its workforce. This is something that cannot be a one-off effort. It needs to be continuous to be successful, but it is something that I have really been impressed with today with the contributions from our young scientists. The second area that I've heard is the requirement for new skills or different skills in the network. Defence science evolves. It's no longer entirely physical science based. We need social scientists, we need political scientists, and we need to think imaginatively about what other disciplines we need to bring into the network to get the very best scientific advice to our military operators. And with that, I'd like to summarise what I've heard of elements of stability over the last 70 years. I'd highlight, first of all, NATO's commitment to defence and deterrence of its allies. Also, NATO's outreach to nations who follow the rules-based norms, and also international organisations such as OECD and the NATO-EU relationship. Another factor of stability is the intrinsic international nature of science. This is true whether it's civil science or defence science, government or private sector. And I would argue that the excellence of the network and the leadership in NATO S&T is another element of stability. We know as scientists that we can't turn science on and off like a switch or a tap. It requires years of investment, sometimes decades of investment. And I've really been struck by how the NATO network of scientists and its leadership have been far-sighted over the last 70 years. Collectively, we have been far-sighted, or more accurately, you have been far-sighted, so that NATO S&T has remained relevant to our military operators. John-Michel and I, along with CMRE, owe the S&T leadership, who are our predecessors, a great debt of thanks for your foresight over the years. The current leadership is very much standing on the shoulders of giants, and rest assured that we, the current holders of our posts, are investing into the future for our own successors. And with that, I'd like to say a few words of thanks to various people in the room. First of all, thanks to OSCE for hosting this event and giving the remarkable surroundings here. Secondly, thanks to the speakers, panelists, and facilitators for their insights, and also to our Master of Ceremonies for keeping us nicely on time. I'd like to thank John-Michel and the CSO team for this magnificent programme and meticulous organisation. Particular thanks to Deputy Director General Montocchio and his outstanding 70th anniversary team led by Major Kelly Phillips. And finally, thanks to you all for your time and commitment. It's in the best traditions of NATO S&T cooperation over the last 70 years. So thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. No plaque for you since you're the chair of the board and you're celebrating the anniversary with us. I would just like to echo Dr. Wells' comments, and before we bid adieu to today's symposium, I would also like to recognize the Collaboration Support Office team who organized this event. We wouldn't be gathered here today if it weren't for their efforts. So with those of you who planned and supported today's event, please stand. And let's give them one more round of applause. Distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, this concludes the STO Symposium. Thank you for your engagement and the thought-provoking questions. We hope you will join us at the cocktail reception, which will begin shortly at 17:30 in Le Salon du Parc, which is also known as where most of us ate lunch. But it's reimagined in the evening, I'm told. So thank you very much.